As we are once again live upon the internet. And yeah, everything seems to be working, which is good. Let's jump right in. And also, actually, let's see if this works. It's going to the right browser. It is. Yay. Yeah. I'm sure I have the other browser up for a few seconds. First, I'm going to check what is actually targeted today. Habsburg here. On a zone that can be bounty cheesed. LMG is there, and knee pads. Bring some bounty cheese in tonight. Because, yeah, those two zones work out well for that. With some knee pads as well. Some extra exotics. But yeah, we're not going. Oh, actually, snipers are there. No. Because, like, we're snipers, but there they were. Let's actually go back to Washington. This character is still in New York. And we're gonna do some calculation stuff. Actually, already, let me find that other one. Yes. Is this one right? Yeah. Because, yeah, we're basically gonna remake this thing with even more weapons. And do it in a way where we can sort it as well, maybe. And considering how even that would work. Could replace these two in places. Yeah, that should work actually. Let's try that. So, I just cut that off. Here we go. Like that. Oh, actually, let's put it. That there. So you can remove this as well. We'll just put hard stats into each of them. It's already emptied this out. It's technically, if I do this and this,
military operations are in progress.
it should work.
All civilians to remain inside the safe area.
Because yeah, actually the average shot is just coming from there anyway, right? They should all be lined up. No idea why these suddenly... Oh, okay, that's why. Let's just empty this slot out. I'll leave this out. We don't need it. There we go. Yeah, a super comparer. that's kind of funky. Oh, actually, see, I'm not showing it actually, but yeah. we made a very big one. And And yeah, what we can do is actually maybe even copy this over. I'm pretty sure I didn't have any mistakes into this one. We have these already.
Baggage screening is
Let's
mandatory.
fix up
Please remove all metallic objects and electronic devices when entering the safe area.
that. So let's not have the coloring in there already. Something like that. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, no, let's go a little bit back, a little bit back. Let's make this even bigger. You know what? Let's go crazy big just in case we need it. Humongous! And then let's bring these in.
Please do not run outside the safe area. Sudden movements may be
Also,
misconstrued as a hostile act.
shut up, White House speakers. Yeah, we're gonna do all that. Let's fix this up as well. There we go. So this is what we already had. But now, let's add in the capacitor. I added it in up here towards the end. Yep. This one right here. Because of the cap in there, we actually need, yeah, we need to do the something with DTA basically. Otherwise, it doesn't line up well. And hey there, Omni, and and hey there, variation as well. Oh, hopefully not the last, but yeah, welcome. And also Angelique. Yeah, we're just doing some calculating things, making a very big list, kind of the continuation of this list from like PTS2. But I'm gonna put, I think likely we'll just do ARs today because actually this is gonna be a little bit more work than I actually originally realized. Because we're gonna put all of the high ends double in here, just so we can do one with whatever their best talent is. For most of them, it will be strained. For like the G36 and ACR and AKM, we'll also do flatline. basically make like a big chart of it. One thing I want to check first though is because I did the capacitor kind of like off the top of my head, which isn't the best way of doing it, but we can double check our figures. Striker holster, coyote. So 183 minus 24 is 169. That's correct. And 54 becoming 60. Yeah. Think we're gonna move this down to, or like here-ish, so we can put some stuff above it. For instance, that yeah, this is here. And annoyingly, I'm feeling that I'm gonna have a little bit of a cold in some of the coming days, as my throat already kind of feels like that. Also, we're gonna prepare this and this. I'm gonna take that over from the other one as well. Let's put this already to 20%. Yeah, let's have a look. So this was all correct. Let me actually as well check these stats. 85, yeah. 108, 10, 106. There we go. Yeah. We're even gonna put cap on technician later on. Let's move that. So let's copy this over to all of them. So this is basically if we're running utility talents. What I should maybe just do is just fast hands. Yeah, no, let's have utility. And then, yeah. So those are all utility. Actually, I should have copied them all over first. Should I just do them with fast hands? Because I was thinking utility and then fast hands and then damage talent, but that might be a bit much. We have enough space here. Because if we paste it again, it just builds it up. Let's do that. Fat hands. Oh, also, I don't know. I should. Yeah, that's good. It will be much easier if I actually first copy this over, so we don't have to remove or try to get them in there, because with that, then we can add the brackets here. Yeah, let's do this one as fast hands. Okay. I mean, yes, all of these will be strained. We'll change it if it isn't. Strained. Move this down one. I'm gonna put the cap here and then plus stack. There. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of them to go and figure out. Did I want to add any other ARs into this? Because were we missing any? And either Charles as well. AK is not meta. I mean, no, actually, it's not doing bad for itself. Like these are pretty good numbers, especially on the black market and military. It's basically comparable to the F2000 in outputs, but of course, like it's a lot harder to use. So that kind of hurts it. Yeah, let me double check that I don't want to add any other weapons into here, because I think we had all of the important ones. So FAMAS, F2000. Should we add the M4 and the carbine into here? I think I should, right? Because P416 is in here, right? PDR AKM is in there, FAMAS is in there, G36, FAL, Mark 16, P416. ACR, they said, okay, ACR is in there. TKB isn't. But TKB we can leave out. TKB we can just say it's a worst ACR at this point, because its stats are just in all forms are worse than the ACR. Literally, it's the same RPM, it's lower base damage, and it's a longer reload. So poor TKB. Honey Badger, I'm not gonna put in there because. Marston. You know what? We should put the CTAR in here, because Jesus Christ, people keep going on about the rail splitter as if it was ever a good choice. Let's throw this on there. Put in the CTAR. Actually, let's just type CTAR just so it's in the same vein as the other ones. Let's put fast hands. Yeah, let's add in the M4 and the carbine and the CTAR. I think that will. Right on. Sitar, carbon 7. We'll leave out the SIG as well, just because it's basically a worse. Actually, is it any weapon that is like worse, just in all forms worse as? No, but yeah. Well, they can kind of comes close. Yeah, we'll just leave out the SIG. It's the end of the list, basically. So yeah, Sitar, M4, and carbon 7. It's a 60 rounder now, right? Yes, Sitar. So put that in. But where they put some of the ones that. Oh, that's not the right place for it. Yeah, I know. I removed the reference. Go away, error. Let's actually put it on this build. Let's grab a Sitar and an M4 and a carbine 7.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
I know. Grading doesn't matter for what we're doing here. Yeah, carbine 7 will be the same as all of the other high ends. So we can take any of the 3 mod ones and just plonk that all here. Why? This broke. Wait, something isn't lining up here. Wait, what broke? Oh, so this is the last one here. It's on the OG. Oh, I went one too far. That's what I did. This is the eagle. That's it. The OG is 56, right? Yeah. So here, that lines up. Yep. Yeah, let's get all of the stats in here. So carbine is 909. 909. Why doesn't it show? Is it just because it's errored? Just show me the number anyway. Like, why not? Uh, 2.1. Let's just empty these cells. Maybe that makes it a little easier. Just go away with the reference is broken. I know. I don't care. I broke it myself. Was intentional. 978. 978. 50. 50. Also, this 60, which is covered from the formatting. 2.1. CTAR as well. 1.8. 60 round mag, and this is going to be 1035. It's the same as the FAMAS. There we go. We need their bases, which we can take from here. What did I copy? Carbon.
It never ceases to amaze me that some of these parts actually still work.
Once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exit.
Oh, M4. That's although M4 we know. Famous number. Actually, if we're doing 0.5s, are there any other 0.5s? AKMs and PDRs. Let's see. Let's actually put these 0.5s in there. Why not? Make it the new versions. 50,000. That's the two of them. PDR.
Components we've been finding has really gone downhill.
What's PDR here?
Everything runs smoothly right until it really matters.
AKM. Or military black market AKMs. Anything else? CTAR. Yeah. So the rest we have already like that. Yeah. Let me catch up here a little bit. By the way, did you see Fast Hand's shotgun change? It's a game changer. What is it doing? Is it counting pellets? Because that would be silly. Because does Obliterate do that now as well then? But no, I don't. They can't do consistency, can they? That's yeah, that's broken. Kind of, because that kills everything else. And in shotguns, as with all other things, but especially in shotguns, like it's counting pellets because you're getting like on average like 4 crits per shot, right? So even with the 7 shots, or basically, yeah, you can see it even as 7 times 8 being like 60 something.
Will be restricted until further notice.
That's not true, by the way.
1 minute.
56, yeah. See, I'm not awake. Yeah, minus 14. 70 minus 14. My brain couldn't do that. I landed on 64 or 66 twice. Where it's 56. That's bigger than an AR mag, so you're reloading. You're getting basically the same amount of stacks as AR. Yeah. That's a weird change for them to make. I mean, does that mean they're moving the it the other way instead of, because one of the things they should just do to balance strikers is just to have the stacking not work with shotguns like that. That would be the way I would go with it, because that cuts down on cheesing with it as much as we do. Because we make chest strikers works on raids and stuff just because we're an ACS stack. You have to AR stack or like main weapon stack, it would take so much longer, and then even with Ouroboros, you're just running out of ammo. But yeah. But yeah, no, I hadn't thought about trying fast hands on shotguns because undocumented changes. You can, but it eats up your ammo. So, for instance, for right, that would cause you to go and have to get to ammo. So that would be its downside. It would be a for pretty easy extra like balancing factor towards strikers not being as overpowered as it is. Also, that would make it so that people would have the opportunity again to have different secondary weapons. Just have try other stuff out. But yeah, nothing really beats the ACS. Even the Oreo just doesn't stack up to the ACS. Pun intended. And yeah, Heather, this is Jackson Zimming, and indeed, live spreadsheeting, live from the internet. Yeah, we're making an AR list and we're checking it twice. Some of these are naughty, but most of them are nice. We need to... I'm considering, should I put everything at grade 20? Or maybe even grade 25? I mean, grade 25 is very attainable now, right? But I feel that's a dick move against the capacitor here. Because that reduces the... We're going to take the formatting. Shall we? Yeah, let's make them all grade 25. Meaning that all of these are 155 instead. Let's have a ton of them. We can just do this and this and that. There we go. All 151.5. So that. Now we need to go per weapon. I'm just gonna take the... Where's my trash one? This one. Let's put this one over there so it's out of my way. These two now. I need to at one time. So one of the annoying things is in these calculators, it's crit damage, crit chance, and this one is crit chance, crit damage. If I didn't have it like that, I could actually just copy over, because this would just like line up like this. But now I just need to... I need to make it alter or like alter... You know what, seeing as we're gonna do a ton of these, let's actually do that. So what we can of course do is just go here and just swap them here. There we go. It's by cutting them, it doesn't break anything. Set my mind in a few minutes. Like,
Tolerances we're playing with.
this takes from here, right? So it's all of them? Or do these link to that one? Oh, awesome. Okay, I can take the whole block. Yeah. So we can even do this. We just need to remember every time as well that we need these as well. This can go. Because yeah, from this, we're gonna take the Yeah, I keep thinking, do I want to keep maybe a like a non-fast hands one? But actually, no, right? Because the non-fast hands one, you can just take the reload of this one and put it over there and just have that be that. We're just taking the damage talent and fast hands. 'Cause, yeah, this calculates out the reload for us as well. So the reload goes down to 1. And its strained variant goes 8.95. Actually, yeah, let's alter this field to be different. Format number and actually being a full number. We'll call it web TLMT. It's gonna take a while. But let's just sit here and do it. Let me check. Going to kill Heartbreaker. Well, I mean, Heartbreaker is not that far behind either. Anyway, Heartbreaker needs to stack to 100 anyway, flatly. So it could do it. You know, if it is using Kingbreaker, it can take a vector alongside of it or something. Rhyming is fading. Yeah. IKEA's biggest hits. How to put together furniture. I think I'm missing a with the hit song. I think I'm missing a screw. There's also one. Most of these are gonna be one, right? Except for like maybe these last few. Also, by doing it the way I'm, yeah, it's fine. We'll just have to pay attention and not make any mistakes. That shouldn't be too hard, he said, right? In the business, we call that foreshadowing.
The harder we work, the better the gear works. It's that simple.
10.48. While we're here, although, no, I have those numbers somewhere, I think. Wait, we can actually just alter Optimus 2, right? So this is plus 40. We need to just remember to turn that back. So 784. Note SP 7.4. No, 7.8. Because we'll put Shield Splinter in here as well. But yeah, the decks are 10 round mag. really makes a difference for strained especially. Because yeah, actually, if we were to make this a 50 round match, just out of my curiosity, yeah, it would be a 9.30. It would still win against a perfect optimist as well. But wins by so much that yeah, strained is definitely the go-to there. ACR. $10.83. Oh, that's what we want. We'll add those at the end. Still want as well ACR G36 with fast or with flatline. So, wait, we need that reload's going to 1 definitely, and then we need 10.83. That's not a 10. That's a 1 without the 0 behind it. Okay.
know how we keep some of this stuff working, but we do. Goddamn right. It never ceases to amaze me that some of these parts actually still work.
And 9.71. Yeah.
This is what I live for, a real professional challenge.
P416. I think I did the last one wrong. No. Are they the same? Yeah. Oh yeah, both of them got RPMs, right? Yeah. They just have the same stats. For a second there, I was like, I did it wrong. But no, actually, they have the same stats, of course now. They didn't for the longest of time, so it was, instinct going, that doesn't seem right. Huh. And what was the 9.71? Quelle surprise, it's the same number when you have the same RPMs and max size. And yeah, this is always just the annoying thing about some of these things is just you just have to sit there and just do it. 111.2. So 11.02.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated.
So let me just go into the menu so that the lady isn't so loud in my ear. And it goes down to 1 as well. Just to make sure. Next up, CTAR. Wait, I had CTAR in here already? Wait, what? I did have CTAR. Oh, God damn it. Let's delete these 2 lines then. Okay, I had CTAR in there already. So I did all of that for nothing. Actually, well, fall first actually, because that's actually the next one.
Talking to the gear doesn't make it work, but it doesn't hurt either.
Please boil your water for at least
9.61. Just make sure I'm still correct there. Yep. This goes down to 1. This is going to go down to 1 as well. Or actually, well, I need to not put it in like that, of course. Mm. Uh, 10.8. Why is it gaining so much more? Oh, because of a 60-round Mac, of course. I'm like, why is that weapon that high? But I forgot that it only got a mag size increase, of course. So 10.08. It's almost as if mag size really matters. War strength. Yeah. And next up, the main AKM. Yeah, that's a -1 mag, right? 1165. And still goes to 1. All right. That's going to 1, and all of these are going to 1. Oh well, I shouldn't do that. We need the we need that reload still. Basically, also every time I'm pasting a new one, I'm kind of like double checking if I did the old one correctly. So that's why it takes a second in between each time. $11.21. And it is the difference between these two, one being 11.65, gaining from strain, is just the difference in that one of them has lower crit damage. So just flipping that one crit damage actually gains you almost half of a percent on strain. But of course, it's starting lower anyway. I'd be curious though to see if that actually catches it up. Also, yeah, my voice is going. We'll try to warm it back up. It will come back. Yeah, PDR. The Padre. Uh, 10.87 and goes to 1.
Is there enough
10
redundancy?
Let me catch up on chat actually, as I'm like focused on that. Did I do? Hydroponic. Oh boy, that's a few charts. Yeah, this is a big one, of course, but also an important one that people are curious about, especially with the ARs and the LMGs as well. And and well worth making, I think. Also for myself, I kind of want to know. I have an inkling on which ones I like already, but there's a difference in actually seeing the numbers and maybe being surprised by some things or finding some things underwhelming. 1061. And this goes down to 1. There we go. So all of them went down to 1, which makes sense. Usually you need like 2.4 or something. Although, well, technically as well, I'm not doing the reload here completely because I'm not adding in the 15. Like, I'm treating the weapon handling from strikers, which would be additive, and also from the watch, which would be additive to each other, and then also to the fast hands. Instead of that, I'm just multiplying all of them basically. Like I'm taking the in-game number, which is already accounting for the watch and strikers, and then that's actually becoming kind of like multiplicative against the fast hands. So some of these might be 1.1s in reality, but also like who cares? Let's see. Eagle, Elmo, Bighorn, and Cap are just as they are. This is Cap plus Technician, so it gains. Yes, this plus 7.5.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved ASAP.
That's actually impressive. That's it, kind of. It's almost reaching a FAMAS with strength. But it's logging you, of course, into Technician and stuff, and it's not like Gunner doesn't give you also stuff. This is actually higher than I thought it would be. But this makes sense, actually. It's this plus like 3% from that 7.5. So, Also, yeah, it's just 50,000. We'll just output that on any specialization because, of course, like this other number is a lot more relevant. Also, it's like not that far ahead of a Eagle or an Elmo, and it's behind on sustain by a lot. But I would say that is maybe grounds to give it a little less than it got. And most of it is because of that 30 crit damage that it gets. It's got 10 crit chance, 30 crit damage. Kind of like the Elmo, making it competitive on that. Let's see. Actually, we still need to do these. Because these are... Not that these will compete in any way. Sadly for them. So 9.33. Actually, that's the fastest. That goes there. This goes down to 1. Oh. Mm. 9.78.
I know, right?
This one's down to 1. There we go.
Great.
Isn't it? Ew, actually, we broke this, of course, right?
This is what I live for. A real professional.
Ew, yeah. Maybe take, yeah, let's do that. So we'll take this one. So actually, these percentages past here are all broken. So actually, we need to fix them up. Oh, actually, yeah. There we go. That lines up a little bit better. But then we need to fix the parts beyond. This is the last correct one, right?
I think we're having a little crisis in crisis management, aren't we?
Yeah. There's likely a way of doing this by in here, but we're just gonna delete that. Just delete that. Let's fix them all up so we have them. So why are they all? No, actually, that makes sense. Why they're all F35? Because that makes sense, because that's initial that they're comparing with. They need to be instead F5, so luckily we can just delete the 20 and the 30. And then yeah, we just want to add in a few of them with flatline that can do flatline. So let's take ACR G36. Let's put them down here. Because when we sort it all, any empty things will just go away anyway. And AKM. So let's put in Shield Splinter as well then, and then TKB or Kingbreaker as well. So place all of these. At least these will be a little bit easier. First off, we can actually just take these two for that. This one's for this. Oh, god damn it. Game logged me out. I can already put 50, 2.2. Take those over.
Safe area entered.
You don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Those over. And yeah, we basically need to flip, of course, one of the crit chances.
Agent, take a look at what I've got for you.
Also, yeah, the Heartbreaker will have that same RPM. Let me actually check what Does look TKB. It's 2.2 likely, right? Actually, it's T.1. Yeah, 2.1. Wait, does this thing have a faster reload than an AK actually? I usually don't look at the AKs. I haven't looked at the AKs for quite a while. Yeah, these are 2.2. And yeah, we need so. So actually, yeah, how would that land up? Because we need, of course, the basically we're giving up one mod for it, so we're landing on 42. These would already be with one crit chance mod, is how the high ends are set up. So we would just need one more as well. We would go to 54. So it's whatever these are, and then minus 12. So that lines up. Basically the same as well, of course, as like the 50,000. We'll do it like that, just so it's super clear. Then we need the base of the TKB, which we'll just take from here. And then, yeah, these are 15, 15, 15, 20. There we go. Actually, maybe I was. Oh no, that actually, yeah, it's about the same. Surprising, actually, that it is about the same. Faster is actually looking decently better than expected, especially with technician. But then you're locking yourself, of course, into technician, which because 5% rate of fire is also like if instead you go like, is this?
Has to be our number one priority.
Oh, actually, it wouldn't be. It would be. Actually, out of curiosity, is 900 times 1.20. Yeah, that like murders it with its burst. Which one did we still want? Shield Splinter, right? Let's get Shield Splinter. 50,000. Let's put that here. So 50,000. Actually, we'll just do Shield Splinter here. Let's do it with capitals as we've done with all of the talents. There we go. So that's that one. This one. And then instead of that, 7.84. Are we done yet? Mom, can I go play outside? Done my homework. Going crazy in here. And hey there, Ashram. And good morning to you, although it's afternoon for me. And hey, Coco. It feels like this would be a lot later before I have to start looking at the. Oh, it would have to be a lot later. Yeah. Well, you can. The thing is, you can just take the conclusions from this. So we're gonna. Actually, I need to still put. That's gonna be annoying. Well, all of them are 75, right? So at least that's nice. But yeah, people like me use these charts, but you can just take the conclusions of it is that like Hamas is good, FT1000 is good, Elmo is good, Eagle is pretty good as well, solo. Bighorn is looking good. Capacitor with Technician is actually looking pretty good as well. And then yeah, either put fast hands on it or strained, or if you want like preservation, if you want a utility talent or something like that. But yeah, wait, that's the basis of it. Because later on we're just gonna sort all of these, and basically whatever lands at the top is the best, the better looking ones. Although of course you then still have to consider factors that are not in here, because these are the hard stats. And you have things like accuracy and like how easy is the weapon to use and how easy is the weapon to get, like eel bear, stuff like that. So, yeah. So wait, is this Google spreadsheet smart enough that it knows? So what I need to do is 70 divided by actually I want this to be a full number and not like a 0.2, so I'm just gonna do that divided by 100. Wait, what? Times. It's times. It's not divided. It's not divided by. It's times. Make it look the same as the rest. Just apparently didn't want it to do that. So I should copy this over here as well and do the So this is the DTA rate. So for most of these, it's 21 times 100 minus that, right? Yeah. Wait, what? How did I do it here? I will just copy this over. I think it's right. Let's take the easy way out. Yeah, it's 100 minus this number. Oh. So this is minus this. And if we take it here, paste it here, and do this, and take these two, and then try to extrapolate, will it? Nope, something broke. Wait, what? What did it even do? It's 5 is 5. 7 is 7. 7. What? No, that one. There's likely a right way of doing this. I don't know it. While I spreadsheet a lot, I should maybe go take one of those spreadsheet classes or something. We'll just fix it by hand here. But actually, if I do this, does it now understand? Maybe. Nope. Although actually, there's only one of these, right? So I can just actually. If we clear out all of these, because it's all to the same cell, so I can just I can just do that. That's fast. Still takes a while, but the annoying thing is if I copy paste the cell, it tries to be smart about it and then goes like, oh, so it needs to go one cell below it, right? There's likely a way of turning that off. Damned if I know it. Also, yeah. Any other ARs I need to add in here? I wonder. Are we missing any? Actually, let's copy. Let's copy this over here first, and then go in here. Oh, yeah, of course, that breaks that. You know what? We can just take it from here again. Oh, we can't take it from there again. We just wanted to use that to do the formatting. Go out of the cell, thank you. So let's put that there. And this here. Okay. There we go. Well, other film, maybe if I have this much of them, like just understand it. No. Yeah, sometimes autofill understands stuff, but oftentimes not. Yeah. Can I do? Is this like just go FAMAS only FAMAS? Yeah. No, there's a bunch of options. Yeah, if it works, if you $sign, it prevents the base value from adjusting to the new cell. Oh, okay. Wait, so just $sign before like the cell selection? So if I were to do like here, right? All right, what? Okay, I need to look that up, but yeah, that would be handy actually. I should totally because then I can just go on the cell instead of in the cell. Oh, okay. It needs to be before both of its things. That makes sense. Or actually, well, in this case, just before the number then. Oh, yeah, that's... Hey, today I learned. Thanks, Scooby. That helps out. Yeah, that's actually super handy. That's actually exactly what I need because then I can just, yeah, do one and then just copy the cell over instead of the input of the cell, which goes a little bit faster. Because yeah, I think at this point, especially because of the your like the build spreadsheet you're maintaining, it'll you'll have a lot of tricks. I should actually pick your minds a few times about some of these stuffs as well. Because yeah, my knowledge of spreadsheets is more like just doing the inputs and stuff, but I don't work enough with them to like know the intricacies. Do we want to add any more weapons to this? We have 2 more slots. Are there any special ARs remaining that we would want to have in here? Let's actually put the other ones I've grabbed. Actually, let me go look at the full named list. Maybe one pops out at me that I want to still maybe add or something. There's invisible hand. See, invisible hand. Because that one I definitely want to have in here as well. So, This Invisible Hand is a really good talent on Invis. It'll be the AUG stats.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools. Don't
God
want
damn
to.
it, Inaya. Yeah. Yeah, let's copy that over now that we have it. Let's actually make this as well. $73. There we go. When I sort these won't break right now. And then Invisible Hands will be. Let me just craft one. I'm totally blanking on if it's 12. It's 12%, right? Yeah, 12% rate of fire. So what we need to do is it's kind of behind my little lamp, so gonna need to. What's the base of an AUG? Wait, only somebody has some burst and sustain tables, which I do actually. 680, so 680 times. Actually, we'll put them in there just so in the future I can just so 1 point or actually no, yeah, the 1 plus the product of making this way more. Actually, we can just do plus. What are we doing? 1.27. I was gonna put it in bracket just so I could like have the numbers separated, but because yeah, the rate of fires are additive to each other and then they get multiplied. What broke here? When did I break this? Huh? Broke. I likely copied over or something, or yeah, that was weird. Because no, that works anyway, so that's fine. Actually, where does Invisible Hand even land? Where is it? It's here. That's actually also not horrendous looking. It's kind of in the. I mean, it's better for it than Strains. I mean, yeah, likely right. Well, maybe because of Striker. Where's Odd? Let's just bring them down here. Arc Strained. Actually, it's about the same. Which makes sense because it's additive to that 15 of Strikers. Diminishing it quite a bit. Because yeah, the strain, especially on an AUG as well, just because it's so slow firing, is pretty high, 10.6. That makes sense. That it actually even loses that. But of course, this is always active, so there is that to be said for it. Like strain still kind of can drop away, but also yeah, it's not high enough to be worthwhile. Like, just go with one of these basically. Why not? I have no idea what I'm doing. Kind of in the same boat there, Scooby. Just as I said in the Q&A thing as well, I just keep bashing my head onto it, and usually like the end result is, has like a mistake here or there, and then like, I'm thinking maybe one last spot for The mechanical animal. That's all the names are at the top. Because yeah, we have Shield Splinter, we put in Invisible Hand. Burnout and Glory Days and stuff like that are just more about like, wow, this has a reload component on Burnout, but that's just a worse fast hands basically.
Are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot. Failing to comply could lead to the expulsion from the secure area.
Yeah, let's put in Pyro actually, because I'm curious to see if Pyromaniac actually even, so let's do that. Even with the 25%, even like keeps up or not. I'm forced stats.
Could use some more crafting materials. I really should make myself a nice comfy chair.
Yeah, go do that, Denaya. Stop talking to me. I could not, I literally could not care less. It would be impossible.
Switch off and unplug all devices that are not in use.
Yeah, actually, or is this actually correct? I mean, well, wait, what? That seems a lot more than that. Oh, I see now. We haven't given it the fixed headshot DTA thingy. Oh, also, yeah, I almost made the mistake. The entire reason why we're actually even doing this DTA rate thing here is that capacitor, of course, has DTA instead of DTH. So it needs the inverse calculation of this, which is 12. We'll just take the 100 minus. And actually, we'll put the new trick I learned to work right away and do that. There we go. Any others? No, right? Yeah. Nothing else will have it be. Because actually, yeah, if we put this to 0, making it full DTH, yeah, the capacitor completely falls away, of course. And then if we put this at 100%, like full DTA, and yeah, all of them should go to 0 as they did. And then yeah, the cap is like way ahead of everything. And I'm gonna put it to 60 on general. We'll play around with it. This is gonna be turned into a video, of course, as well. That's the point of this. Did that also, so where's the Pyromaniac now? I mean, yeah, 25%. Yeah, that's basically, because yeah, that should be this. The burst of the base weapon plus 25%, basically. Which it kind of does. So Pyromaniac, but Pyromaniac is of course also very conditional, but at least then we have all of the damage talent ones kind of in there. Let's put the percentages all the way back there for a second. We're just gonna grab this whole thing, and we're gonna sort range by F, Z to A, and that broke everything. Why? Okay, wait, but these shouldn't break. Why are they breaking? At least, well, we have a solution now. Just do this. Likely, if we fix them all up to be this way.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools. Don't want them to get rusty.
So. Oh, we should have also put in the chameleon, actually. Might actually still do that. Surprised that broke it, actually. Because these should be resilient against that. Capacitor is there, and the capacitor is here. Its references are working. Okay, that's fine then. Oh. This is the capacitor then, yeah. There we go. Okay. Take two. Data. Actually, yeah, let's. Yeah. Yeah, let's put chameleon in here as well, right? Because I'm kind of curious about it as well. Cam. Oh, we need two cams, of course, actually. If we're being honest about it.
Could probably make some string out of old plastic bottles. Might come in handy.
Inaya, could you just go away? Stop existing. Bye. I can't see you, you're not there. Body active. Yeah, what is even?
Let me be your one-stop shop.
So I would have the chameleon here. It would be same 155 there. So we got detox here. It would have 15 chance here, and then the 10. We'll just treat it in the same way as the high ends of it just having 15 crit chance. So it lands up on 151. Actually, no, it doesn't. Although actually, well, no, because now it still has a crit chance. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no, of course. It lands on 141 minus 12 of this. And then the coyote brings it to 151 and 60. And we're just basically not caring about the crit chance mod of it or the crit chance talent of it. Just the body shot one. Then maybe we need to also do the bighorn with its thing maxed out. Yeah, let's get just the stats of the thing. 1035, of course. 50 and 1.9. And then, yeah, when the talent goes active, we get 90 weapon damage. So, yeah, it's this plus 90, which is 245, but I'll just still do it as a calculation in here just so we can alter it if need be. And then, yeah, we'll fix up the percentages later. Now I kind of want to do the same for the bighorn as well. So what does the bighorn get at full stacks? Also, also, actually, that's true. It has a headshot mod, of course, the bighorn. None of the other ones have headshot mods or anything, right? Right. Well, Alma doesn't, of course. Capacitors, crit chance, crit damage. That's the wrong weapon I put away. Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, the graded capacitors on someone. This doesn't have headshot, right? No. But this has plus 30 headshot, which we hadn't accounted for in the last run because we weren't doing headshot things. So for this, it's actually 100 instead. And we need to copy that over to here as well. And so max stacks of 20 times plus 4, right? So another 100. Right? Yeah. So, you know what we'll do? We'll bracket these together just so it's 100 plus 100. Let's grab the thing and just equip it and make sure that I'm doing the maths right. Wait, did I put 70? God damn. That's an annoying mistake. It's 75 for ARs, of course. I was already like, why is it 14? Because usually 20% is like 14 on SMGs. That's fine though. We'll just follow this again like this. And that's why you should look at the stat screen first to catch simple mistakes like that. There we go. So, and yeah, this is then 105 plus 100. So I think we broke it out in that way. So 105 plus 100. Anything else? None of the other exotics really matter in that way. Let's put this one back as well for forget. Yeah, let's just resort it all now. Data sort range by Z to A. on F. There we go. Let's actually grab one of these sorted by thingies. We'll do that there. Oh, not copy. Oh yeah, actually, okay, so yeah, if I were to use that, like the dollar mark on the second number here, actually, that would work. Okay, yeah, actually, that's kind of, should totally do that. But actually, for now, we'll just do this and just fix it up by going F5. Because yeah, we could lock that second number in, of course. Okay. Gonna totally apply that change. Actually, already here, you know what I can do is, let's actually try it. Because that should work then, maybe. Yay, that does. That trick is even handier than I thought. I'm gonna take the entire thing again, but it's a little bit lower down here. Take this thing, put it here.
I agree. I need to get the smell out.
No. Sort ranged, advanced, H, Z to A. There we go. Yeah, let me catch up on chat and we'll go into this. And neither Breezy, and well, glad you like it. The dedication. I always like the output of it, like knowing the end results. Sometimes it's annoying to spend the time to get there, but you know, someone has to do it. As a famous video character once said, you know, it has to be me. Someone else might get it wrong. Although I often get it wrong anyway. Also, I'm not as smart as that guy. Neither was he really. Here's where the mechanical. Well, I'm not putting the thing in here really because it's so far behind. It's, you can kind of extrapolate from the SIG here being basically 10% behind. Even, well, 7% behind even there. Yeah, maybe we should have put the SIG in here as well. I might add it in later. But for now, yeah, I've kind of had my fill of this. Because it actually would be handy to know how much you're giving up for mechanical animal, right? But we would just add in the mechanical animal, not a straight up. You know what? Let's do it. It's going to be at the bottom here anyway, so we can quite easily do that. If we do this and this, and make a 5, right? Because what is the 6 reload? Yeah, let's add that in. It's going to be at the bottom of the list anyway, so we don't need to resort. Sick. Point two. Mech animal. 828. I don't know why. Then I put in 829 instead, of course. 52.2, okay. And a base of that. It would be the same tree mod as a carbine, so that lines up. Same headshot, same everything else. And yeah, it is at the bottom. So you're giving up a lot. So now I'm kind of thinking, because these bastards, more these that from here on, the Pyro, the Flatline, Kingbreaker, and the Bighorn, especially with max stacks, of course, which it like isn't at, or the Chameleon with the body active. Especially these are kind of like making it hard to parse what is happening in other places. Wait, those are. Oh, actually, it's. I thought actually the FAMAS wood strain was behind F2000, but it isn't actually. I mean, well, they're basically the same because this is like it isn't even 0.5%; it's 0.05%, and then yeah, that sustain like totally destroys the FAMAS at that point with strain. That's kind of flabbergasted by that. Because I feel the real thing should start kind of like here.
Purification tablets will be restricted until further notice. Please boil your water for at least 1 minute before consumption.
Might actually do that. We might alter it a little bit like that. Let me actually catch up in chat here. Or actually, wait, let me first put in this here as well. Because likely it's going to be at the bottom there as well. Yep. Because it's the lowest burst, it's the lowest sustain. Wait, by a lot. Like that sustain is like really low. Like the next step up is another 5% above it, and that's an M4 with strain. And of course, yeah, it doesn't have a basically has a utility talent. Also, let's at least give it capitals here. Is that enough? Well, no. Like that's yeah. I think I stand by my earlier statement of I would rather take that extra yellow core on gear and take a different weapon with I mean, maybe not as well, actually. Because if we consider these on burst, these are fast hands, so they only, like, their sustain is much better. These were future perfect instead. Although, wait, where's the F2000, for instance, or the FAMAS, actually? Yeah, no. Yeah, FAMAS with future perfect. Because this is 6 and a little bit percent ahead. One red core is gonna be less than that. Or about the same, like about the same. It depends on, yeah, going from basically 130 to 150. It would be around that same, like, no, actually that would be like 6 and a half, a little bit. Yeah, it's around basically the same number. Could actually try it out on a, especially if you're also like grading to this high. Well, I mean, actually, we can literally do that by doing this and going 40 instead. Yeah, so the FAMAS, even with one red core less, is ahead of the mechanical animal. So you can take FAMAS with normal, and then you would also have that. You would only need 3 kills to reach the top and stuff like that, or if you're going for the top, basically. So. I shouldn't say that first. Saying that for 5 years. No action, yeah. You would think by now she could have looked up some leather making tutorials or chair making. It's going to be a niche weapon. Yeah, honestly, I think it's not gonna. They might still give it a buff. There's still time to go. Moving as well, they give the carbine and the M7 a buff because they're basically like bottom of the barrel on both burst and sustain. They really don't have anything going for them. Because even here, M4 with strained is like not even in the same pack as like the rest. Like all of the other ones are like up here. Then there's a bunch of other stuff, and then it. Wait, is Chameleon without any things active all the way up here? Did I do something wrong? Does Chameleon actually have the same headshot bonus? Or does it have the 70 from SMGs always? I remember that either having been a thing or is a thing. Yeah, 70. So actually, yeah, it loses 5 there. Let's fix that up actually right away before we forget. Yeah, so this is 70. And same here, 70. Instead of the 75 of ARs.
Rude. So let's make sure it doesn't fail, okay?
Aw, we need to resort. Isn't that one below? That's surprising, actually. What? Why is Chameleon all the way up here? 155, 60, 151. Yeah, that would be correct, right? And then, yeah, if we add detox here, that's actually impressive from the Chameleon. Although, of course, it has like super short range. Like that's the actual answer. Yeah, we need to resort this thing now. Annoyingly, yeah, it's because of that. It just barely is a little bit higher, or like a little bit lower. Actually, I should say. So let's sort this by. F. Brain already stopping to work. Z to A. Just move the Chameleon down one spot. need to do the same here as well, of course. Actually, let's just take the chameleons cell here. Oh, well, actually. Wait, are these all also taken? Okay, no, everything's taken it from there. So yeah, we can take this cell and put that here. Nope, nope, nope. Wait, what? I want the entire cell, not the contents. There we go. Where's the other cam? Oh, okay. that makes it a little bit more clear. Yeah, it's way low on sustain, which makes sense. Although you have the reloading talent. So. Yeah, I'll catch up here a little bit because I was an amazing DPS weapon because when you shock the enemy 95 blue, I would actually assert the opposite because oftentimes when you're shocking an enemy, especially elites, sometimes they go behind cover. Also, like if you're someone that actually headshots or like is at close range, actually them like falling over kind of and being shocked, like you can't headshot at that point. It is a really good CC tool, but also to me, just as often it gets in my way, especially on elites, because when you shock an elite, they usually hunch over and they go behind cover if they're behind cover or if they're like there's cover in front of them. But also just them being shocked, even on reds and purples, you can't go for headshots anymore and stuff. So I want to alter this percentage range to start either at the Kingbreaker or at this black market with strength. Wait, the black market, wait, the flatline loses to the strength? Okay, that's impressive. 5 crit chance difference. Yeah. Just the strained one just barely beats it out. So yeah, let's do that because it's hard to parse the rest of this with like because all of it is suddenly in like the 74s and stuff. I would much rather the list start here. I don't want to delete these, of course, or exclude them. We'll put them above the 100%. But our midline is going to be here. Because yeah, I think Kingbreaker but flatline we can still say is something that you can have generally active. A Pyromaniac you can't. The big one isn't going to be active all the time, and the body active of the chameleon is also not always active. So we're going to take this as being F5 divided by F $5, right? Or actually F5. Yeah, so this is dividing by itself. And then if I do that here, actually does that. Oh, we're dropping down, so that doesn't make sense. Oh, this is F8. That's the reason. F8 divided. So this is dividing by itself now, and it's actually the cell next door. If we copy that over, yay! There we go. Actually, if we even paste that here, that will work. And once we have a bunch of them, we can even go like this, right? There we go. And then we need to do the same here, F8 divided by F4. This is a different, although actually, We can actually just do this, I think. Because the other side isn't protected, right? Yeah, that all makes sense. Nice. Then we need to do the same down here. Actually, don't. Yeah. So I mean, this one is a. Wait, where did the bighorn go? Oh, that's way down low. Okay. All of these fast hands, of course, come up there. Surprising that the shield splinter is all the way up here. That's because there's an error here. Good to know. Where's left 2000? 1.7. Where's the shield splinter here? We copied over from the fast hands. We gave it both. We gave it. That makes more sense. I was gonna say, like, there's no way the shield splinter is sustaining that hard. And it isn't. Turns out.
What sort of system tolerances we're playing with.
Let's resort this list. By H. By H, Z to A. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do the same here. You know what? I actually want to give these three, like, maybe this color. No, this color, darkish reddish thing. Yeah. Do the same here. Just do like, hey, don't take this as being this is like a theoretical value basically at that point. We're gonna do the same here with 52. No, actually 53. 53, and then this one is with it.
Makes you wonder if we could have done more before they arrived.
I guess when it's 53. I don't know. Yeah. That red basically indicating that it's not really actually in the running as well. We're gonna do the same here as well. So 53. Man, I wish I knew that one way earlier. Quite often done it by hand. I'll fix up the cam in a second. I heard it go click there. There we go. Now let's fix up the camera. Meaning we're also around the 2-hour mark most likely. Which, Yeah, I was like, we'll do the ARs and the SMGs and stuff, but then also I made this a lot bigger than I intended at the start of it, because we already had kind of this one from an old video. I was like, we'll just kind of redo this one, but then I changed the scope of the project a little bit. But I'm happy having done all that work. It's interesting data. Imagine the wackiness of this game with passive Talus. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a reason they went out. They added indeed a lot of wackiness. Yeah, let's I'm pretty confident now in the existence or like the correctness of this thing. I just want to how do I even like mark that? Oh, yeah, actually, let's just do it like this. But, people will get it, I think. Literally. Just have like it's sorted from here on, like where the sort point or like the percentage point is set, but otherwise, just as a visual guide as well. One thing this really needs, and I'm like, do I even do it? There is auto ways of doing it, but I don't know them well enough. Which is it this alternating colors?
It's hard to tell what sort of system tolerances we're playing with.
Let's try it, because we could always. See, I've never used this function. No header.
I don't know how we keep some of this stuff working, but
Not hating that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that helps legibility a lot. Then we need this to be as well. Oh, what? Oh. At least from my own brain. The annoying thing is I want them to be like different enough of each other. So please go one step lighter. Okay. Now we have all of this plus all of this.
Components these days, so we just have to pray that everything holds up.
The hell?
It's annoying that they're like selected, so you can't actually make it out. Oh, it only did that one. Okay. But we already established that I could do this, right? Yeah. Considering what is faster, doing it this way, yeah, it's faster this way. Or just copying it over and then resorting. Also, the resorting would break the custom colors, right? Actually. Thinking about it. That was those two. That was those two. Wait, did I? No, okay. Because yeah, the lighter color needs to be next to the other lighter color, otherwise it doesn't make sense, of course. So we need to do the darker color here first, and then the lighter color. Is it that though? No. I was off by one. Oh, I remembers it. Also, I think even if I resort it, actually would keep that. And established. We can do this. There we go. Yay! It is not the right colors. No, yay! It's one darker. There we go. Now, yay! Oh, actually, I need to press done first, and then do it. There we go. Still no. Then like this. No. Okay, we have it loaded. Actually, as well for those interested, I'll post them in both chats, so you guys can have your own look at them as well. As I feel this is basically where I will leave that spreadsheet off. But of course, we're gonna have a look at some of the numbers. And yeah, so we're kind of basically on this one. We're going like Kingbreaker is like the baseline, 100%, because these other numbers are like just not as gettable. And yeah, of course, the AKs are on top there, but also they're hard to use. This is flatline, so locking you into Technician. And then the first two that really like compete against each other is, as generals, are just the FAMAS and the F2000. Yeah, the FAMAS is a tiny bit ahead in burst, not in a meaningful way at all, even really. Especially not when you account for strained as well. So these are both with strained. That's catching up the F2000 by a lot. I thought it was actually ahead, but it's not actually. Although actually, if we put it at 100% headshot rate, because this is of course all numbers for 20% and 60%, the strain actually pulls ahead, of course. Here, the F2000, because it actually has less crit damage, so it's gaining more from the crit damage, although also not in a like meaningful way, because it's now just a tiny amount ahead. But we'll keep it at 20% headshot rate. I feel these are like really the. We need to basically. Yeah, damn it. We need to also do this basically at 100% headshot rate as well, right? As the theoretical numbers. Because yeah, the F2000 is ahead. That's why I thought the F2000 was ahead with it, because yeah, at 100% headshot rate, it is ahead. That comes from in my head. But of course, even if these two bursts are kind of close to each other, this sustain being 10% ahead makes the F2000 so much of a better choice on these numbers. But then the FAMAS still has a little bit better accuracy, in my opinion. But honestly, looking at these numbers, I'm gonna keep one FAMAS. Looking at these Although, well, actually, let's head down to sustain and fast stance, but I don't think the balance is gonna hold up well there either. Bighorn is pretty up here, and actually, so Bighorn without stacks is here, and with max stacks is there. So on average, it's between the two. So if you like basically 50% this, so if you go this burst number and this burst number and take the middle of it, which is like 13 something, 13. This is basically 13 actually already. So it's between, it's 13.6, putting it ahead of the Kingbreaker on average. Actually, Bighorn looking pretty good, especially if you're headshotting with it, but also like it's an annoying weapon to use, I find. G36 here, but yeah, the G36 definitely with flatline actually. So if you're flatlining it, I mean, flatline is just super strong. But interestingly, actually, even the G36, which is the top burster of the mid pack, but with the ability to do the long rail, because it's also, of course, losing some crit chance, or well, yeah, losing some crit damage because it's losing some crit chance because you're taking that pulse, the pulse laser. It is actually basically the same as a F2000 with strained, and way behind on sustain. So that's actually interesting as well. Although, yeah, so the black markets AKM with flatline is actually looking pretty good as well, but it's also looking pretty good with strain. But yeah, flatline is active from the first shot and stuff, so a little bit more consistent. But yeah, this big one is actually looking. I need to try this thing out a little bit. ACR with flatline. It's way below, actually. That's interesting. But it's sustaining pretty well because it's sustaining at the level of a Kingbreaker. And ahead of the F2000, yeah. Well, on par with the F2000 with strain. So actually, ACR with flatline is actually looking pretty good as well. So I would actually go the ACR with flatline because of that sustain. Because you're giving up 1.25% ish, 1.32, 1.32% in difference. Well, if you're comparing to that one, but you're gaining a ton of sustain, which will make this beat the G36 after likely like 3 mags. It will catch up actually. Capacitor plus Technician. It's actually looking decently well, but yeah, it's not as god tier as some people have made it out to be. But this is also plus Technician, so you're going Technician, and that's kind of like going like, like these things being with either Gunner or something aren't providing, that 5% rate of fire on kill and stuff, because here we're actually putting in a specialization on top of like these. Because also just being demo and providing your team with 5 detox is like very strong. That's going to beat out the capacitor already. Where is it actually without Technician? Yeah, like there. I mean, understandably as well. Because while it does have that 30 crit damage, it is, just doesn't have a damage talent. And then kind of, PDR. Wait, is the PDR actually? Let me just quickly check with the PDR.
Low prices, big selection. That's what I've got.
So I thought the PDR was 1.9 as its base. No, it's 1.9 on strikers.
The hell?
Actually, let me put away this capacitor before I forget.
That transmitter failed, we're screwed. So let's make sure it doesn't fail.
Let me also get rid of this invisible hand that we crafted. Before I forget. So let's go into menu. So these chatty bitches don't interrupt me. Yeah, and then like Invisible Hand just isn't worth it. Shield Splinter, I would take a F2000 Strange over it by a large factor. But of course, Shield Splinter is much more consistent to get. And yeah, so even the Elmo and the Eagle being here, this is of course against the top damage talents. So they aren't actually that far behind. This look at all this entire pack up to the Elmo basically is within, you know, it's like within 1 million. Even less so. So this is 12.8, 12.3, and this is a 13.99, 13.1, let's say. So they're all pretty in close with each other. The sad thing is, yeah, the M4 and the CTAR and the Carbine 7, all of them like kind of fall behind. And then all of these fast stands are at the bottom here. And that makes absolute sense, of course, because it is fast stance is not a burst talent. It is basically not applying to the burst at all. So these are basically as if they're talentless. And that's usually how people compare like FAMAS to Elmo and go like, Elmo is much better, but then like it's a strange FAMAS comes and says hello. Or a flatline ACR comes and says hello. But then, of course, if we go to sustain, actually, let me catch up here, because maybe somebody already found some mistakes or so. Well, I've linked it in the chat there, so you can jump on it. Yeah, I can remove chat, but it's also like I'm mostly just explaining it as we go anyway. Yeah. Wait, where? Oh, I was like, Trey, I was looking in the Twitch chat for what you were referencing to. What kind of Electra can has it anyway? Yeah, the Bighorn indeed. Although, well, I mean, it's doing pretty well for itself, even on sustain. Is it? Where is it on sustain? That is without the talent active, and where is it with the talent active? Here. So big jump, but yeah, it's still on sustain, not doing that well, but it's doing really well on burst. But yeah, it's jumping around and stuff is like horrendous. The way that it like jumps all the way around stuff. That actually, so wait, even on burst, so this is the chameleon with the talent active, with the chest, like the plus 90 weapon damage active. Where is it without? It is here. So this is actually impressive. But yeah, it's getting an extra 10 detox, of course, nowadays. Instead of the crit chance that it had, that like really didn't fit into any build really well. Except if you didn't have the watch points. Like it was handy for that. Right, then this right. Let's go have a look at chameleon here. Oh, god damn it. That's not the base of a chameleon. That is the base of a chameleon. I was like, yeah, this doesn't sound like the chameleon. Does it keep? Yeah. Simple mistakes are simple to make. And I made a very bad one there. Because we copied over from like whatever weapon was across from it. I think it was the M4. And I forgot to put in the bases there. Briefly going to check with some of the ones that I added in. So SIG I've done correctly. We added an M4s. That one's correct. P for carbines. 7s. Is this for carbine 7? Don't know the carbine 7 one off the top of my head. It is that one. Which else one did we add? Og, but I think I copy, or like the invisible hand, but I copied that one over from the other Og, I think. 56, 367. 56, 367. Okay, that's correct. Did I fix up all 4 of the chameleons? Where's the next one?
What the hell?
Not here. Because if you give the chameleon the base damage of a FAMAS or an M4, yeah, it will be that high. Because now suddenly, yeah, even with the talent up, it's actually not competing that well. It's still at the top of the thing here, so actually that's handy. Luckily, it's not here anymore, right? There. So we do need to resort. That's annoying. But actually, yeah, I was curious, does this keep my... not a copy, needs to be a cut. Does this keep my coloring and stuff still correct? We'll see here, right? I feel it should. Seems to like be using a function for it. Formats, or no, data, advanced. F for the chameleon. Oh yeah, it kept, yay. Okay, it's not that bad. I was afraid it was gonna break all that stuff. But yeah, we're getting all the mistakes out, which is a good thing. We need to fix up the percentages because, yeah, we didn't change the point of it up there, but we will definitely in here. Because the black market AKM is going to the top there. Although actually, yeah, I should keep this here because then it sorts with it. Data, sort range, advanced, H, Z to A.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exit.
Yeah. Here. There we go. So this is all going to become 52 versus 52. Yeah, so 52, 52. So a bunch of them. Do copy and then do paste, do paste, and do paste, do paste. We're gonna take this entire thing and put it here. No, not like that. Not like this. Like that. Wait, what? How did I? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, chameleon. Was nice having you at the top by my mistake for 20 seconds. Gonna make some full out of doubles as a rifle for rifle cabos or punchy and out of one, yeah. Yeah, Bighorn's looking pretty good with its stacking. Like if you can kind of keep it on target, which some people can better than others. I don't have the thing with all weapons as well is the more you kind of use them. I have the same with like the FAMAS. I know the FAMAS very well, so I'm more accurate now with the FAMAS than, for instance, even a more accurate weapon that like an Mark 16 at this point. So that okay. So that kind of fixed up that the the weirdness with the chameleon because it was over-reporting by a lot by my mistake. So that's kind of more in line. And then also its uncapped one is the bottom, is completely at the bottom. So the chameleon is completely at the bottom when it's there. And then it gets a 90 weapon damage boost and goes to there. Yeah, that basically makes it, Instead of that, I would pick any other weapon here with strains and just you're much better off having the consistency of just being always around, or even like a flat line if you don't want like the randomness of that. Like this is just hitting for that for every like second that is firing, or well, for that. Because yeah, this 80% down here really hurts it. Really hurts it. Although you could set up the build maybe better so you have a hole for the crit chance as well. But yeah, we'll just put it as like this. What I still want to do is actually these three. We're going to change. Oh, okay. Can I just change the color of one cell? Here. Or does it? We'll leave it as is. Well, this kind of. This will kind of like point to where we're at. So, okay. What did that really change? Yeah, just the chameleon became a little bit more sensible. Because that was the really only change. So here, black market AKMs with fast hands quite at the top. I'm definitely putting that on a few builds because that's actually kind of a cool one. Oh, this is of course completely sorting by this now.
Consumption of drugs and alcohol on site is forbidden. Violators will be removed.
Any other like actually it's interesting that the Mark 16 is here, but this the ACR being all the way up here in the Mark 16 for ammo conservation guns, especially the ACR. F2000 with its 60 round mag. And of course, all of these will be the fast hands at the top for sustain because that's what they do. But then you have the ACR with flatline pretty high up in here as well. So that's kind of cool. And this is kind of the Elmo's reason that it does compete with the FAMAS, although not with fast hands, but with a strained or something, because both the Elmo and also the Eagle are pretty high up, even in between these like strained and such on the sustain end. And they're not far enough behind on burst, so that's how they compete. Let's keep in mind as well, this is on build, of course, so this isn't like just we're accounting for their mods and stuff by having them in here like this, because for instance, the Elmo has a lot more crit damage because it can go, it doesn't need any crit chance mods. Eagle as well has a 10 crit chance and 15 crit damage, so it lands up quite a bit higher than most of the weapons around it on crit chance, crit damage. Wow. So Carbine 7 fast hands is like behind all of this stuff. Like it's not even in the same, like it is a fast hands, and it's just it's in the pack of like not the fast hands weapons. Same for CTAR. Where's the M4? Oh no, that's a Pyromaniac. Where is the fast hands M4? Like fast hands M4, fast hands Carbine, they're like so far down compared to all of this stuff. But yeah, ACR looking good as well. G36 as well. As like A tiers. Where's capacitor in this actually? Capacitor plus tech. Yeah, so this is kind of the thing that the capacitor lacks. Is even though it's kind of competing on burst, it's pretty far behind on sustain. So even, and this is with technician, so we're even giving it the benefit of just it having, because like these fast hands ones could be on gunner and could have another 5 RPM. We could like account it for that, because that bonus cost us the our specialization, like this plus tech. Because yeah, without plus tech, it's way below. Okay, yeah, I'm perfectly happy with this. Let me check chat if there's anything else in here. AK rate of fire when? I mean, when AK's rate of fire like fires. When is literally 11 times a second on striker, right? For an AK. Yeah, Tater Sam. Did I miss anything here? If you reload between targets by habit, is strength still good? On average, yes, because like with most of these weapons, we put them on the like the talents here. So like let's for instance take let's actually do the one that of course most people usually care about is the F2000. So we're gonna put the F2000 stats here, and that one. So this is just a talent calculator. What? Oh, I mean that doesn't matter for this, but 75. Because yeah, we're doing calculation stuff in here to get to some numbers.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range.
Where is Optimist? We'll alter Optimist to be Perfect Optimist, just by its numbers. So here's Strained and Optimist versus each other on. Wait, what? Something Is it this? Ew. God damn it. Yeah, we didn't put in headshot, of course. Although, well, we put in 15 headshot, like, because this is the calculation I used earlier as well. Headshot, of course, being additive to crit damage. I might go in and alter them to be with the 20% headshot. I should have done that earlier, because we did that. I had left this out, the headshot rate, when we did the calculations for those. So I might redo those, but actually I'm not gonna do that now because I wanna go play the video game in a little bit. But we'll alter that before the video. But I should have put in 15 headshot here as well. That takes this down a little bit, because of course if you have 0 there, that's the number I have here. But I should have done it with like the headshot rate that I intend to have at the end, which is 20%. But then still, so this is against Perfect Optimist, not Normal Optimist. It is 2% ahead, and that's enough that even on most parts, if you are a habitual reloader like me, it will still come out ahead, because the moments that it really matters are like a Chunga in front of you, and you'll often put a full mag in them, or Warhound, or mini tank, or stuff like that. You're putting out full mags out usually often enough that, you know, this 2% extra from strain matters at that point. But then also I should actually do it double, because yeah, here at 100% headshot rates, I wouldn't choose it. This is the calculation that most people do, and the reason I go with strained is especially at 15% or at like 20% headshot rate, which is making that 75 from AR's 15 basically. You you're
Yeah, whatever it takes.
enough ahead that it matters.
Just want to get it resolved.
But the thing, of course, as well is that the shield splinter is much easier to get. I'm trying to turn this back to normal Optimus now before I forget. Yeah, that's annoying. I have to redo all those. So we found another mistake, but I'll fix that later. I don't want to. I'll fix that before making the video. Because it will alter the balance between things, but not by much, hopefully. Also, yeah, let me actually, before we go, so I'll 20% HSD, 60% DTA. And of course, one thing you can do if you want different headshot numbers or different DTA numbers, you can copy this to your own Google Drive and just play with the numbers the way you want to have them. Because yeah, actually, so it was behind that thing, so it might have not been. Where's the division? Yeah, up there I actually did add, like, you can alter the number in that headshot rate, DTA rate percentage thing, and it will just like cascade through everything. So you can just change one number and have 100% headshot or less. But of course, the weapon talent we're doing. I mean, I could actually do the weapon talent in here if we're just going all strained. Oh, that would be a lot of work though, because you kind of need to, yeah. For strained, you need to do 2 calculations to get 2 different average shots that you add together. And you need the firing time to compile them together. That's why strained is always so annoying to calculate out with, like, because you need the second strained, and then you also need to know how many shots you're firing before you hit the strained cap, and then how many shots you're firing at full cap, and then. Now let's just put it all into here, and then, but I need to basically redo them all. But likely all of them will be affected by almost the same amount, because most of them are 3 mods, so they don't really actually change in between the weapons. Percentage-wise, it's just, especially for instance, yeah, this 2 mod one will benefit a little bit. But actually, yeah, looking at it, Shield Splinter will be a little bit closer at that point. So that's kind of good to know as well. But also, I'm gonna go fast hands personally, so as a recommendation as well. And yeah, straight because also it's a 60 round mag. So, well, actually, so it doesn't. For instance, the FAMAS doesn't beat the F2000, or the FAMAS beats the F2000 at this headshot rate. If we take that up, because one of the things as well is that these strains are getting affected by headshot, of course, and then so this Shield Splinter is getting a lot closer, but also actually, yeah, the percentage here would be less, which we're not doing fully here. So they basically line up at 100% headshot rate. But yeah, if you take a more like 20% headshot rate, I would say the F2000 with strain kind of beats it by enough that it's worth it. But also Shield Splinter is so much easier to get, so you know that's there is a case to be made there. On the Hotshot Sniper build, is 2-piece Habsburg better? Yes, always was, and it's even more so. But they are hard pieces to get, so you have to make the decision if it's worth it to you to go and get those. Because, for instance, on my main account where I don't have a watch alt or anything, if I could spend these watch points on them, but I don't have much saved up anymore. The thing becomes, if you have like 5k or so on alts, and you can, because it cost me 18k worth of watch points, as that is, of course, just the N is 1, basically. That's anecdotal. I know of others that didn't, like, I think Toasty said it was 12k, that Rise was like 25k. watch point spent. I know of one person that basically crafted like 20 and got both. So it's pure randomness. So it can be very expensive, but especially now with the +5 weapon damage, it's definitely much more of a worthwhile choice to make if you're really running that build a lot. But yeah, you can try farming for it, but yeah, getting those two pieces, I think you really kind of need to do watch alts and just craft them. Countdown. I mean, yeah, you can set if you're not farming for anything else anyway. You can kind of. But I would recommend, for instance, now going for M700 first if you want to upgrade to there, or a SR1 instead of the White Death. Both of those weapons are like better than the White Death were. So I would, for instance, go get those first before Habsburg, and then like once you have kind of everything, then go for the Habsburg because it is hard to get them. Yeah. Although kind of depends as well if you want to have them headshot and weapon handling, and then like vigilance and a headshot, weapon handling, headhunter. If you're just willing to contend with just having headshots plus, headhunter, you're much more likely to get the piece pretty quickly. And now with that +5 weapon damage, it is actually worth it to even run it if you only have headshot plus the talent. Where before this, I would definitely say like that giving up that 16 weapon handling was a big cost to give up, but now less so. Yeah. So having seen this list, actually, let me bring up put the game back there as well and go to the game actually. So I want to go try, first of all, the bighorn. Let's grab the bighorn in my stash. I'm gonna jump into a challenging countdown, just easy mode, but kind of because yeah, it does look kind of good. The bighorn going on that list. And yeah, it's surprising that the Kingbreaker is still as well. Like that's how far ahead of everything else it was. It's now kind of caught up in the pack. That TKB was always pretty decent, but yeah, I didn't get a buff annoyingly. So what else do I want to try out? Wait, where was Cap plus Tech actually in the end? So there. That's not a bad deal actually, because you also get 60 skill damage out of it. It might actually, yeah, I might agree actually that it's kind of overtuned maybe. Wait, where was it? There. Because it's in the middle of like ACR with strain and stuff like that. Of course, its talent is always on. Basically, talent. Its talent is that it has a 30 crit damage mod. Actually, I need to align this build, of course, to the bighorn. Actually, I need 2 crit chance mods. Do I have 2 crit chance mods? What? I'm gonna guess maybe they're in somewhere. Where are they? Oh, okay, I know where they are. Because also I had way too many crit damage mods there. Apparently not. It's just a random 12. Ooh, oh yeah, now I remember. I fixed up. Actually, I got a gift. I got the gift blueprints finally, and I fixed up this, and I put a crit chance mod in here. Well, we'll just yoink from somewhere else. I want them to be obliterate strikers. I'll take our own coyote. What was it? That's with the Elmo, of course. So we need 3 crit chance mods. Well, you know what? We will tinker. I do love this system that they added. It's so much faster than like the old. Because you go also from the item, you just pick the item and then alter it instead of going into a list of all of your items and kind of figuring it out from there. Because we land on a flat 50. Oh, that's also kind of nice. Actually, you know what? Since I have the build set up here, did I do the numbers right? Where is... Bighorn? Uh, I think I made a mistake there actually with the Bighorn as well. I did. Wait, so how did we get to this one? Minus 24, so minus 2 mods. How did it not land up? See if it changes its order. Because now I'm seeing that I had it as 127 in there from altering a build like theoretically, but now in game I'm seeing it as a 127 and then it would have Coyote on top. Did I not correctly do it for these? You know, we won because a normal. Where's my build collection? Because a normal striker lands on 141, right? Doesn't it? An AR1. Striker recommended. At least, I mean, like with a high-end weapon. Yeah, 141, 53, 141. Doesn't have a crit damage mod or anything, right? Oh, no, I get it. God damn it. Nope. I'm thinking wrong, of course. It has a crit damage third stat, which I haven't fixed yet. Let's actually go reroll this thing. Found it. That's 10%. That's 10% difference, of course. That's where that 10% difference came from. That I was trying to account for. Yeah, let's see if we get the attack. Let me catch up here as well, as I was kind of invested in that. what's the update with Bighorn? So they changed this talent a tiny amount, but more importantly, all of the exotics that didn't have detox now get to have detox by doing this, what I'm doing, by reconfiguring it. And that's a big jump, especially for the Bighorn, because it used to have crit damage, which was like, you know, 3% almost ish increase to its damage. And it's now going to detox, which is, you know, like 9% if you kind of see it as 90% active. So, and they did change its talent that it's rotating more often, which it didn't increase the amount of it or anything. But what they did, because they halved it, it's doing +4 for 25 stacks, and it used to do +2 for 50 stacks. But what that means that it will be much more consistent. So you're rolling through it a lot more, so it will be a lot more consistent in its damage because you're peaking more often. But the downside of it is you have to reroll, and it costs a lot of components, although I have enough, especially for weapons like this that have already been graded and such. And yeah, as well, because I don't think everybody knows yet, but when you reconfigure, you keep your, you lose your optimizations and the stats, of course, on the thing because it rerolls a stat, but you keep your expertise grading. So you can just, even graded weapons, you can just reroll them and hope for detox and high enough stats that it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to optimize. I'll take that. Make sure as well, once you've done your rerolling, that you re-favorite the item because it is a new item technically, so it isn't favorited if it was before, so don't lose it that way. And hey, look at that. Because yeah, the optimization when they're on damage to targets out of cover, the wording is so long that it doesn't show it. So I'll take that big one. As we are having some big hornies. Let me just set my target at first before I jump in there. I don't even actually remember what it's set to. Marksman rifles is... Actually, let's go Lengmo. Let's prioritize Lengmo. Because the next build showcase I want to do is going to be on Pestilence in some form. We'll find some of the better forms. I already have a good form for it. I want to see the Lengmo one as well. And then we'll play around with it. Also, I'm going to grab Sharpshooter instead of Firewall that I had. I'm going to also take the drone, actually. Spotting drone. And I'm taking that for the extra stability because we all know the Bighorn can use it. Now we're just jumping into some challenging content, nothing even hard. And hey there, Univille.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You are now in a group.
Best talent for Banshee. In my opinion, Fast Hands, because it has a really long reload.
You are now group leader.
Why am I group leader? What? Yeah. Not that matters. Oh, wait, what?
Another agent has joined your group.
That person had been likely waiting for a few minutes, but this seems to be the
Another agent
countdown group at the head of the queues. It's filling up pretty quickly. Also, I'm just kind of looking at people. I always kind of enjoy just having a peek. On challenging, I'm never gonna pick someone unless they're being like super dicks. Like if it's an 11k and they're doing 6-piece Palisade, just because of course they wanna, get Palisade done together then. But also actually that was a bunch of strikers. A few of them were likely low levels because there were some weird talents and some weird like off pieces in there, but it's fine. But yeah, to go back to Banshee, That, or you can, of course, solo killer or, preservation and stuff kind of works well. Strength, of course, works well. The Grudge, the named version, is pretty good for it as well, with its buffs now. So personally, I'm just gonna put mostly fast hands on Banshees, and then for if I want like Sadist SMG, or if I want a Killer SMG, or stuff like that, or Unwavering. Well, actually, no, Unwavering will work on Banshee as well, really well.
Last thing we need is an RC
But like for other talents that aren't fast hands, MP7.
and secure the nuclear waste.
I thought they were going the other way, but we're just getting ammo, which also weird.
Emergency lockdown.
That timer in the middle of my screen game, I can't see.
High levels of radiation.
This may surprise you, game, but I can't see through.
Operational lockdown procedures.
And we have a failed start, so both teams are here. So
System reactivated.
hey, my headshot damage is even increased here, so I'm gonna have the crit chance one as well. And as expected, most of my allies are like. Actually, I mean, some of them are. There's 3 1Ks here, so that's not too bad. But some of them are pretty low level. Actually, well, nah. With some of those chest challenge, but somebody had protected reload. There's the lowest person is level 100. You think? By the time I'm shooting, they're already dead. Yeah. The sniper build with Unicorn Habsburg, 1 pop helmet,
Assistance.
helmets rushers. But I'm 700, I think it does actually elites, hyenas and stuff. Not sure about. I haven't actually tried that much against hyenas or True Sons. But actually, it is yeah, doesn't matter.
Shade tech detected.
I haven't tried it against hyenas and True Sons much.
Rogue striker
But
drone.
usually as well, you're charged up on the.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Yeah, you have Headhunter when you're taking the helmet off usually.
Hostile incinerator turret detected. Rogue assault turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
It's captured. Let's go help over here.
Rogue sniper turret
Let's check for the
detected.
chests.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
Haven't countdowned in a while.
High risk target.
This thing is jumpy. Which we all knew already. Like, it's. Well, the biggest downside of the Bighorn is its firing pattern, its recoil pattern. It's horrendous. Mostly because it's very inconsistent. So it jumps around left to right a lot.
Area secure.
And because of that, makes it really hard to... Oh, I got the chest already, right? Right when we came in. And yeah, admin it is. Also, I am in Asia. Kind of feels like that as well. With kind of the hit rack there. What AR would you recommend, or are you going to use in Heroic Lantern? Elmo is still going to be really good. I think most people will just stick with that. But FAMAS is still okay, especially if you're kind of used to it. But F2000 is really a good contender there as well. I think I will keep Elmos and Fast Hands F2000s. And maybe a strained F2000 here and there. And most of my characters will get either a G36 or ACR as ammo conservation weapons. I usually like having a lower RPM weapon, just for cases where, you know, ammo is an issue. ACR kind of fits that bill, I think, really well. Yeah, G36.
Target.
Also, I think F2000 with its shorter reload, with its really short reload. Yeah, you can put whatever on it. There's also Killer, for instance, solo. Killer or Shield Splinter or Strained on F2000. All are like perfectly fine.
Vital signs critical.
I was like, I need to actually stack up here and there. I was actually trying to make my way to this chest before I got pounced upon.
10 minutes to
Oh,
lockdown.
hey there, crewman.
Evacuate the facility.
Follow all lockdown safety protocols.
Anyway, we got lucky there indeed with the rolls. Notice it is no longer random spawns for countdown. Every spawn in the same spot, and the spot is... Oh, is it? Did they break it? I haven't played Countdown at all, I think, yet.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Although, yeah, if that is happening, that would actually be kind of... see that here, because yeah, actually the previous one was at the very least around here.
Target detected.
Well, here they spawned across. Because the other wave spawned either from the inside here or outside here, so I'm guessing.
High value target.
The backbone isn't one of the blueprints, right? Actually,
High-risk
I'm
target
thinking about it now. Because I was actually looking for that. Billion shields in front of me. Or anything with the chest combustor? Is the chest right with Langma or no? Because those aren't in the descent one. Because so
Secure.
has anybody collated which ones are still missing? Actually, or like, because I have like 486 out of the 494 or something that the cap is for blueprints. And I bought 2 reconstructed caches past it just to try it out, to just see if I can... Like, I bought one and then just one other just to be sure. But that seems to be the cap. Well, also I could check with, like, maybe likely somebody else, but... Oh yeah, Carpenter, that's the... Perfect map bomber, yeah. But that one is also not in the descent blueprint pool. Because I was actually thinking about getting a backbone and putting that as the Lengmo piece, but now I should realize that it wasn't in that list. Ah, hey there, Jar. They broke it? Oh, they mean countdown or? But well, to me now, well, let's see. We'll keep an eye out on
Agent, you've
where they're
reached the
spawning
waste area.
here.
I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
My duo, when not good, he doesn't allow me to shoot first enemies, right? I mean, yeah, you're kind of dependent, especially in groups, on your allies to, you know,
We need to
let you
secure
take the
that
first
tank
shot.
and get it back into the sarcophagus.
Maybe, you know, give them a hint.
Source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
Hey, it would be really nice if you let me take the first shot. Yeah, we have 2 good damage buffs here, so it's kind of hard to make out.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
I should maybe go on a heroic one, but also I don't want to deal with heroic teams. But what you can do as well is, you know, just alter your playstyle, rush ahead of him and get the first shot out. Or just, you know, cut your losses and go like, okay, this isn't the person to be sniping with, and just grab a red build so you can, and then hot shot when you're solo.
Great work.
I'm gonna,
Now just seal that
I'm
bump.
gonna go down here.
Your team
No,
to
actually,
not so low doses of radiation.
Radiation detected.
that sniper truck is, you know,
Level.
point me, right? You know, at like these mid ranges, it's not too bad.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick
I mean,
you
it's bad, but it's not too bad. And say when you spawn in person, you know, sorry, I have to say. Oh, okay. That's you. Okay, that makes sense. As yeah, I didn't recognize the name indeed. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that already sometimes always happens. Already sometimes always. We call those failed starts. Maybe it's doing it 100% of the time now, but I haven't played enough of it. But usually it would be like 50-50. And when it does it, yeah, it's in your benefit, usually. Man, this rock and roll annoyance is annoying. You need to swap to it, then reload, and then keep it in your hands. Most of the team is here. 2 are behind. This guy's not gonna wait, I guess. Because, well, no, he's waiting, actually. Will the rest?
System curtailed. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Actually, there, for instance, the Elmo shock was
System restored.
getting in my way as I was trying to headshot, but couldn't.
System malfunctioning.
One of the nicer things about Sharpshooter as well is the flashbangs. Flashbangs are really powerful.
I can't see.
System back online.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Oh, powerful. But also, yeah. Sorry. Why is that person shooting at me? Is there a hunter behind me? I don't think there's a hunter behind me. I think that person is just confused. Confuffled. I think they may not have taken their medication. Or maybe they know me. But that's also an option sometimes. Let's spot all these enemies. That's very important, of course. We wouldn't know where they are otherwise. Look at all the loot back there, right? Yeah.
Torres sees you.
Aw.
Helo inbound.
I'm not gonna take the time to explain to them. Sometimes we're limited enough that it's probably yeah. Leveling a carpenter with group of Christmas. Yeah. As usual, here we have a carpenter actually. But that one's, yeah, let me go actually check. Because I'm pretty sure Backbone definitely wasn't in backpack list of it.
Torres is in position.
Because then we at least know 2 of the ones missing. Because I think Cabaret also wasn't in there. Maybe it is actually. I'm just gonna take my leave there before I actually forget to go check that. Can kind of kill half of that chopper, but we'll just go. Do will notice it when you're next to it's a lost cause for someone. For some of the randoms, yeah.
Safe area.
Yeah, but if it's doing that every time, yeah, that would be new. But that used to happen as well quite often. That failed start where it just puts all 8 people together. I think that's better than the holster I used to have. What else? Yeah, briefly want to check. Let's put this in first. I think that'll be less costly. I haven't optimized the other parts yet. So what's backbone in here? No. Is carpenter in here? Nope. This was, I think, no, cabaret was in here. The other, I'm thinking of the wrong one. The grown great isn't in here, right? So grown great and born great aren't in here. So that's 4 that we know at least. Because yeah, the grown great and the born greats are not in this list. That's 4. I wonder what the other 4 are. Likely. Oh, this season, of course. This season didn't give us the blueprints either, and they're not dropping from Descent either. So that's 6. Okay, that's all the 6. Yeah, so yeah, I'm missing 6, and that's 6. Unless they didn't have blueprints at all, so that they're not in this count. That's actually annoying because I actually wanted, to try it with the backbone because technically, I mean, with the pesty 35 total weapon damage instead of the 25 from vigilance, even though it's not as consistent to get anyway, but although we might get one, but getting a double red one, I mean, isn't horrendous because it's dropping a lot. Let's matchmake one more. It's just randomness. We're joining a BMW. Oh. Accept and go. You don't see those often. As likely somebody left and I was they had already started the timer. And somebody left and I joined. And we insta-go.
You went all the way to the top floor. Take the stairs to the right of the elevator.
Oh, I matchmade for a mission accidentally. That makes more sense actually. That is much more likely to happen. I was invaded, okay. I'm like, where the hell are we? We are here. You know what? I'll do this mission with them. Oh, it's oh no, it's not invaded. Okay, yeah. Then key chest indeed. Grand Washington isn't invaded this week at all. Anyways, I'm just being hazy. I just misdiagnosed where we were at all. I thought we were actually in the corridor, one corridor ahead on the workplace. Yeah, you know what? I'll do this mission with them. What is the target that's here? It is Alps. Feels weird doing missions not as Eclipse, especially in random matchmaking. Actually, technically, what you should do, because once you hit the cap, it starts decaying, right? So technically, if you went for the cap, oh no, but you get headshot damage from it. Oh my, you don't get just weapon damage. I was like, if you can like keep it at close to its cap and then just go body shots, but yeah, you get headshot damage from it. So it's yeah, that doesn't work out.
I just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it.
Let me catch up to some of here. We'll try skill build. Which one you recommend? Depends on what you like understand as skill build. Because Eclipse, I would definitely say like Eclipse is one that everybody should at least try. See if you're gonna, if it's your jam or not. Depending on if you're like playing solo or such, or the contents that you do, having a mortar build can be really handy for, especially as well for Hollywood. A third drone build is never a horrendous thing to have.
Yeah, you dumb sons of bitches.
You can sometimes use it. Although I would recommend going just a third drone hybrid. So something with a little bit more punch on the weapon damage end of it, over just a full like the Empress and a U Wyvern setup. But yeah, basically as well, just if you go to the build collection, the recommended build list, there's a bunch of like what would be skill builds. Most of them with a description above them as well, kind of how to play. So just see which one takes your fancy. Because also sometimes when people say skill builds, they usually mean like third drone builds, which I would recommend if you're going for like a third drone build, try the Striker third drone hybrid, or the Negotiator, or the Ongoing Director. Because they hit pretty hard now, especially as well with Capacitor. Keeping this on headshots at like even mid ranges is kind of hard. And you kind of need to, because actually, of course, we're accounting for its headshots quite a bit, with like having a 20% headshot rate, which it's kind of hard with this weapon, I would say, actually. Let's go get our loots. Let's go get our loots and our banjos and our guitars and our mandolins and our harps. Is there a control point that is either cleaner or outcast where the enemies have an easy to camp spawn in G-Navy Plaza?
I don't know what he looks like, but there are
But yeah, but it's not as easy to get to. The what is it called? New Venice? Yeah. For New Venice, they on the assault they all spawn like in that window. You can push it and spawn camp them there, and then on the defense they spawn from just 2 spots. Overgrowth is also kind of nice because they spawn pretty close to each other, and then on the defense, no, not Overgrowth. That's not Overgrowth. What is this called? Sleeping Giant, but also Overgrowth as well. Wow, Overgrowth on the assault has 1 spawn, but then on the defense has 3. So, but yeah, especially New Venice and this one are pretty easy. Same for Navy Hill is also pretty easy. Same for Taxi Graveyard as well. Actually, it's pretty easy, especially for like you're doing it as a determined. Did they get the key? No. Nice of them to wait when I'm being a silly Billy and just doing other stuff.
Let's do this.
Also, hey, we found Kelso. There she is. Kelso! Manny wants a word with you. Kelso, could you give Manny a call back? He's been trying to get in touch with you. It sounds important. You know, just for once. Yeah, I know you don't like talking to him, but you know, it's just give him a call. Just send him a text, maybe. You know what? Send him an email. Tag him on like X or something. You know.
Serious trauma detected.
Just jump on Discord and just have a chat. Also, who's Cassandra? Could you tell us who's Cassandra? Something about Cassandra? I don't know what's going on there, though.
Medical assistance needed.
Yeah, totally going up to Kelso and just, hey Kelso, hey Kelso, hey Kelso, hey Kelso, hey Kelso. Yeah, actually trying to get the headshots in with this thing is kind of hard. I kind of want to see actually what my headshot rate is at the end here. Although even without headshotting, it's still doing work. And yeah, I should actually focus this boss down. I'm the hardest hitter here, likely. Aw, don't kill me.
Detected.
Also, don't kill me. Use a med pack. Play it safe. Yeah, hey there, Bangu. And no worries, we love lurkers over here. That's,
Eleanor?
I'm the same in a lot of the streams. I just sometimes have a stream open in the background and just, you know,
I got Eleanor.
pick up some things and just
She's in shock. I'll bring her down.
get some osmosis basically through it. Some details. Would you say Heartbreaker build is still viable in the new update? So the tech tank, I would definitely say yes, especially still with Kingbreaker. I mean, it does most of the builds that were like that worked. So I wouldn't say like Red Heartbreaker ever really worked because it's just the worst striker, really. But for Heartbreaker tech tank, or if you're doing like more chunky stuff where you have some survivability with it, nothing got nerfed basically. So if it worked prior, it still works. The only thing is that with some places, just new choices have come to really shake things up a little bit. But actually, yeah, with, for instance, yeah, if it's the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, for instance, yeah, Kingbreaker is still the top choice for it, and it's a build that kind of still works well with it, with Kingbreaker, as you go close range and have a little bit of weapon handling on it as well. Actually, here's, for instance, one place where this weapon will not line up well, because this thing, I can't headshot this door. This door has no head, so I can't headshot it, so I can't make use of the improve. But I'm still hitting for 1 million at like 780 RPM or something. What was it? Which is a decent number.
Manny, is Odessa on the line?
I'll patch her in. Odessa? Kelso has some news for you.
We got Eleanor.
Third round or bombs, maybe? Yeah, both of those.
Bringing her home.
You have to kind of see like which one kind of takes your fancy more. Both of them have build showcases as well, if you kind of want to see
An
how they
agent
get
has
played
left
a little
your
bit.
group.
They do different things though,
Your
so
agent is now group leader.
I would say definitely like third drone hybrid is more solo, especially as well, or like in some group content.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Explosives, especially for Hollywood. I don't know if Hollywood's coming up pretty soon, but oh nah. Hey there, Danny, and good morning to you as well. Here's a short on ceramics and field recon data, so I thought combine a farm, yeah.
Hostile control point identified.
Yeah, it's great for that as well. I mean, if you're in need of those things. Oh no, hey there, Cairo. Sun Imperator intentionally not on the list. Yes, because it's just not that great. I left off a few just because otherwise the list just keeps getting longer and longer. because you can kind of compare them. You know, the ones I put in, for instance, SIG. I even wasn't intending to put that one in because of it not being really relevant. Really, we can just go it's bad and just leave it at that, because you can infer it from from the burst and sustain tables, because the SIG, for instance, here, or the honey badger being -1 mod, it can kind of basically compare on build with these, because it will land up on the same crit chance. You have 3 of the weapons with -1 mod being all the way up there, and the honey badger is all the way down there. Because it only got a magazine size increase, which only will apply to its sustain, and even there, it's like not in the same list as the other weapons with -1 mod. Because they actually kind of fixed up this with the -1 mod weapons being kind of close to the top. But then, of course, then we just put them on build and actually figure it out. So yeah, that's why there's a few weapons missing from that. Just yes. Same with like actually no, I think at that point TKB also isn't in there, but the Kingbreaker is there as a representative of it. The TKB itself isn't in there because it's just the worst ACR at this point as a base weapon. Okay, the therapist for couple. Yeah. Mommy, Daddy, Manny, Kelso, stop fighting. Why can't we all just love each other? But yeah, I feel it needed, like, basically that's the thing. Like, we're just gonna go up to Kelso and go like, hey Kelso, Manny, it's like he's trying to get in touch with you. It sounds important. Just give him a call. You know, I know. It's fine, but just do it for me. Give him a call. Feel that's how this manhunt is gonna end at the end of it. Then there's Kelso going, he cheated on me with Diamond. Or he cheated on me with Cassandra. That's who Cassandra was, I really love Heartbreaker. The extra survivability keeps my old bones alive when my mind wanders. Well, yeah, if it worked for you last season, it'll basically, no changes really got made to it. None of the gear sets really got any substantial changes. Foundry got some changes, but yeah, it's also not substantial to it. But the one thing that you could do is, especially for instance, if you were running Kingbreaker with it, you can go ACR or G36 with Flatline, and you give up a little bit of damage, but actually, I have it here, right? Let's bring this up. Actually, yeah, that was brought up earlier. I'll remove chat for a second there, just so it's easier to see. I'll link it in the chat as well. Somebody as well earlier was asking for weapon ones. This is from an older video. It's all the way scrolled at the bottom. We basically redid the other ones, but yeah, especially for Flatline for Heartbreaker, as I have it here. Kingbreaker is still at the top, but and yeah, military black market ACAMs are pretty close to it, but of course they kind of work the same, so just it might as well go Kingbreaker. But yeah, this G36, you're giving up a little bit of sustain or a little bit of burst and decent amount of sustain, or you're giving up, a decent amount of burst and keeping the sustain pretty high with the ACR. But both of these, I feel, really are pretty competent choices because they're also so much easier to use than a Kingbreaker. So we can add those to the list for Heartbreakers and Heartbreaker Tech Tanks and stuff like that. I'll likely use Kingbreaker still on Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I'll put a G36, I think, on the red Heartbreaker that I have that I never use anymore. Should use it more often. Let's do the thing that I was intending to do, as I did it accidentally wrong, which way we went in a mission.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
But yeah, it felt perfectly fine in there.
In a group.
It's just a little bit. It just like jumps. I mean, that's what the Og always did, and the Bighorn is extra hard on that. So one of the things you can always look, and when I'm talking about pattern, because it's not always clear to everyone, but like basically just hold up your mouse and do the shooting, and that is the pattern of the weapon. So it's less pronounced here because of the 15 from strikers, but especially if you do it, for instance, with a red build that doesn't have any weapon handling, you kind of really see a pattern. Especially with Og, you can kind of see that it's, or with the Bighorn, it's like jumping around, and it's also going left sometimes, which is kind of, because FAMAS, for instance, goes like literally just goes whoop. It goes really high, but it just goes like in a straight line. Elmo, for instance, as well, is like a jumping up at the first few rounds, and then just goes not that like not really far. Oh yeah, we have indeed failed start again, as was brought up earlier. I wonder if they messed something up and we always get failed starts now.
Looks like they've triggered the lockdown protocols while they were charging their warhounds. We need to remove the virus from the control
And
servers.
let's put every one of us together.
System
That guy spawned in pretty quickly.
reactor unstable. Emergency
Use a
lockdown
flashbang.
activated.
And yeah, flashbangs are so large that they can't even, like, even if they jump out of it, they're likely not. Somebody else also threw a grenade, and
System reactivated.
we'll have the close range buff in a second, but for now it was a close range debuff. That's also kind of why it took so long to kill that dude. Also here, of course, I have sharpshooter as well, giving 20 stability. But that's how I would use Bighorn anyway. Really, honestly. I'm gonna hit this thing because it's the close range buff. This will make the rest of this scan down super easy. Because that hunter is about to melt. Melt before your eyes. So we're avoiding turbines, so cooling and lab. Yeah, let's go cooling and lab. I think most of the team kind of... Not that unchallenging you need to avoid VIP, but just every bit does anyway, so... we'll keep true to that.
Shade tech detected.
I don't like Kingmaker at all, so I opt to use Elmo and Scanner Pulse on Gunner. Just seems fair. Yes, except when you get jammed or stuff like that. Like having that pulse on the weapon itself is a big upgrade. But also, if you're doing that, consider ACR with flatline. That will be on above even an Elmo on damage output. Or G36 with it.
Sniper turret detected.
I was trying to do it with pulse or the headshots, because you can also headshot for it, of course. But the headshots, not everything has a head, and then the pulse, it even as well takes up a second just to pulse. It isn't instant, so you have to kind of factor that in as well. That is a little bit of damage lost while you're like pulsing.
High risk target approaching.
But also at that point, I would say just go Striker as well. It lines up so much better with it.
Area secure.
But for me personally as well, I wouldn't red Striker versus red Heartbreaker. I would like wouldn't even consider really the Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker to me really comes on its own with, for instance, yeah, Tech Tank. Or if you make, well, honestly, really only Tech Tank, because if you're going something similar, it lands up as something similar to a Tech Tank anyway. With a few blue cores, Memento fits in really well in there. Because the backpack, the Heartbreaker backpack isn't bad, just because you can make it happen without any, you know, picking up the kill confirms. But once you start factoring that, you know, if you're especially using it solo, and those kill confirms will just come. And like 20 kills in with a few weak point destroyed, you're like,
Standing by.
or well, without weak point killing, I mean, you're already very much ahead of the backpack, and then, you know, then you still even have 10 kills more to just get even past that, even more. But the nice thing with Heartbreaker especially is, with Strikers, the backpack is like the big bonus piece. With Heartbreaker, it's the chest. So especially when, you know, seeing as we don't have that many good chests, we have Ridgeways and we have, you know, Tardigrade and such. And Collector, except, you know, that one nobody picks.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
To override safety protocols, eliminate security breach. Failure to override protocols will result in a full communications shutdown.
Critical systems exposed.
You know what, I'll go put a server up there. Did we get the chest already? Must have, because I've been, I feel, all of the chest locations.
Data transfer halted. Incoming. High risk hostile.
Yeah. Don't remember if I picked it up, but I've been to all chest locations, so
Agent, head to the
it would be
administration.
weird if I hadn't seen it yet. So you think you're talking about Countdown? Is that the case? Yes, I was talking about Heroic Generals. In what way do you mean? To run Heartbreaker? Because, yeah, I mean, well, full or almost full blue first. Well, try if you're running that. So try the if you don't know the build yet, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I have a, you know, there's a version in the build collection. Actually, I'll link it here. Because as a full red, if or like or even if you're like blue coring it, with the backpack or something, yeah, it's. I would pick Strikers over it, even with like a Memento backpack. Because Strikers so much easier to use, especially if you're going Elmo as well. So. Well, actually, it was that, right? It was about Elmo. Then yeah, I mean, it's still like there's places where disrupt happens, especially for the summit and such. It can't pulse. Also, yeah, the ACR is just on par with it, basically with the Elmo. Has a little bit more burst, a little less sustain. Like you can have the underbarrel laser and like land up at Elmo levels. Have the pulse basically there at all times. You were the one that opened it in this room. Oh. I'm barely paying attention, as you may have noticed from that. But yeah, I'm basically on full autopilot. That often happens. That's also usually why I go on like challenging countdowns. Doesn't really. You don't need to have your focus there much.
Target.
For instance, here as well, I didn't even pay attention that we're on the main objective, and I could have gotten one of the servers there. But yeah, would indeed not surprise me that I opened it and then I went, did I grab the chest here? The annoying thing is when you do a thing a lot, it just kind of all melts together. Because it becomes, did I do it, wait, did I grab it this round or does it grab it last round? I'm gonna go to the control room actually and get set up to get this button.
One more server.
And do one useful thing for my team in all of this.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
I'll just stand here and just... You know what? Let's pull out the old boombox and hold it in a really weird way, I feel. As we just stand here while everybody else is having their fun. Almost got out a second too soon. Oh, that's mosquito, right? Or is that something else? That mark. That's mosquito, yeah. Tried it in the PTS, but I totally forgot
Nice.
already
The plant's secure. Now let's
what
get
its
you out
mark
of there.
was.
Move to the extraction point.
So we got that loot,
is waiting for
the
your
big
signal.
loot, and
Shoot off
then
a flare when you're ready to
off
come
we
home.
go. I should have gotten this later. Yoink that. I'm gonna go this way. That's usually the thing as well. Usually just rambling away and just missing a bunch of stuff. Also, it's not important is usually the thing for me as well. So if it's not important, I usually don't really remember it. If I know how to, usually I remember, for instance, as well, how to test something, not what the test result was. Just because then I can always like retest it if I don't remember like what the actual outcome was. Remember that recently coming up with like Future Perfect, I think, and if it like triggered off of skills. I was pretty sure it wasn't, but I like remember testing method, not the result. Let's see if this guy gets it. He's a little way too early. This guy might.
System disrupted.
Because yeah, I get disrupted at the last second, so I have to release before the disrupt happens, and then like the wave goes out. We need to be in close range. We have the close range buff. As long as we push in hard, we'll make easy work of this. I'm gonna just put out my drone. It's gonna get hacked, most likely.
Rogue drone detected.
There was a healing drone there as well.
Detected.
That doesn't matter. I was hoping it's for it to spot a little bit more, but and just basically put the markers on the floor. But it didn't. So got hacked really quick. And yeah, we need to actually be in the close range.
Serious trauma detected.
So for that,
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Rogue striker drone detected.
that one's a bit more dangerous. Where do-
Hostile striker drone detected. System malfunctioning. Vital signs critical.
Here, I would love to have been PFE, but I'm not. Couldn't get the shots in. Oh, I'm in that range. Shit.
Agent down.
Thought I was just outside of it, but those things have a lot of range, actually. Realized earlier. And yeah, with a lot of these fights, it's mostly about just getting in the range. If we get the close range buff going... Also, we need to not let, like, half of this escape.
Helo
Aw.
inbound to your location. Hold tight.
It's gonna be the... We had like minutes there, right? I think. Maybe not actually. I'm gonna go add my loot because we're not gonna get much more loot out of this. Also, the annoying thing is I need to loot first, so I can't take the time here to go like, hey, next time, don't do it like. So I'm pretty sure we still had a bunch of time. We cleared it out fast enough that it was like
Torres
likely
is in
like
position.
20 seconds left at least, or like 30 seconds.
Something's coming.
Off we go. What do we do? Nah, either flips. And it's morning/evening. Well, it's afternoonish here, so. No. But yeah, morning/evening to you as well. We're going towards evening. It's 7 or it's 5. I mean 1700. Yeah, I did get full coins. I need to do a few deep runs, I feel, as well, actually, you know what? While I remember, let me go to Wally.
Entering safe area.
I'll likely do one more descent. Just one more, you know, just one more. And that'll be it for this afternoon, because I briefly want to take a little bit of a rest and then maybe actually do an AR video and just make it AR. Likely having to clean up that one file a little bit. Because yeah, about all of the reconstructed caches I can muster for this season anyway. But I don't have enough for all of these costumes. Actually, I need to go do a few deep runs, because you kind of need like loop 30, right? For 1800 or something. That's like usually the average for loop 30. So I need to do a few loop 30s. Likely. If you were brand new, level 40, what would you do initially? Countdown for gear and weapons. What gear, what weapons initially? Well, actually, if you want like a really long answer to it, because overall, yeah, just get a build together. Because if you have one good build kind of together, you can use that as like the starting point of, you know, doing everything else that you want to do. And getting a striker build together is kind of handy. I'll link to my YouTube here. There is one video on there that is, so I quite recently actually did, open that myself as well, a new account, and I went from, you know, it's now 1K, but yeah, it didn't start there. But yeah, the video is called New Account, like SHT, yeah, there it is. SHT 1 to 500. It's from like 2 months ago. But actually, if you just search for new account, like with the search function there in the channel, that kind of outlines all of the choices that I kind of made. Also for like going library first, and then also, you know, trying to get some resources in, and also, for instance, as well, that you can make a secondary character and boost them and get the resources, as you get a lot of resources from the first time you boost the character. Then also kind of how I went for unlocking and then starting to level specialization. So yeah, that one goes a little bit more in depth than I'm gonna do here basically. But yeah, just the basics of it is get one good build together, and you can just use that to just, you know, go do all the other things. And strikers, full strikers is perfectly fine for that. Strikers with back weapons, yeah. And yeah, if you need some inspiration for some of the builds, actually, I'll link directly to the recommended folder or the recommended file. So that's I linked there as well, the recommended build list. And yeah, the recommended strikers are at the top, especially, for instance, going with the Elmo or just a high-end weapon. Getting that together and just as a starting point. But there's a lot of other builds in there as well. And there's a little like blurb with each of them, kind of explaining what they're kind of for. Because especially if you're like playing solo, I would definitely recommend either getting Hunter's Fury or a Tech Tank together. And there's build pictures in there that can help you figure it all out. Let me see. Yeah, blend shader. It's don't blend together. Yeah, indeed. Spamming says there. If you don't forget, like the what chest was which, and if I got this, and which point are we on, and what's the main, and where's the VIP, then yeah, you're playing Countdown wrong because you're just like eventually all of it kind of melts together. Indeed. I often have the same with with some other missions and stuff. If your goal is just reconstructed caches, it is still more time efficient to beat Nemesis and start over, or just keep going to highest loop possible. I don't have. I wonder if others maybe have a good answer for that, but I think at this point, likely going to. But yeah, it kind of depends. Also on like your time investments and stuff. Because if you're going Nemesis, you have a 50% chance. That is still right. It's still just 50% chance of getting a reconstructed cache each Nemesis run, which is half an hour. If you're going loop 30 and you're getting like 150 or something, right, from a Nemesis run, in depending on if you get bosses along the way. But then like a 6-hour run to loop 30, and you can do it faster than that. I'm just like taking my time, which was like 6 hours to get like loop 32, which we weren't going that fast, and we had like a 15-minute break in it as well or something, or 2 like 7-minute breaks in it. That gives you like 1800, so that gives you a bunch of the caches. Also getting to loop 30, I think usually I've gotten like 4 or 5 reconstructed caches just from it as well. So I think doing deep runs might be better, and then also getting all of the bosses in between, I think. But that's of course like what large like singular. But I wonder if yeah, because if you can do it in like 30 minutes, because you can't do the Nemesis now in like 30 minutes. You can do 2 per hour. So in those 6 hours, you could get like 6 because it's 50%, right? So I think going deep might be still the better way, especially if you go like really deep, because the deeper you go, the more you get, especially from like boss rooms and stuff. So, but that is of course one big singular time investment, where like the Nemesis you can just do them separated basically. Would you change most of the circuit pieces to blue initially? He's struggling to survive, of course, since he is needing to run SMG due to no crit chance. I mean, you don't need to run. You can go with a few more crit chance rolls and forego that, and keep going with, I would keep it mostly red. The thing is, blue cores are having 2 blue cores maybe or something and a shield can be something handy, but also it is a crutch, and actually it gets you into trouble more often than not. If you're killing the enemy fast enough, you don't have to deal with them as long. And so blue cores, just by their like especially if you go like all blue or something, it actually, you'll likely get downed more often than a full red. Learning to play a full red is not hard, especially for solo content and stuff. You'll only get into trouble with like names and stuff, and then you just have to learn how to deal with them with like your grenades, with like having foam, for instance, or something, having things to kind of CC them with, or having a Scorpio secondary instead of having an Elmo or something. So. As someone, and that's coming from someone as well, like I for solo, for instance, I do put, for instance, 2 blues on, especially like Hunter's Fury or something, or I like my tech tanks. But then I would go a tech tank route, especially solo, having the Memento backpack, having 3 blue cores alongside of it, having the Technician Hive, Artificer with a shield.
I kind of hate how quiet it is. It makes my thoughts louder, and I don't want to listen to them.
Understand what you say. Don't be forced to play with weapon and disliking very, so I use the Alma can pull off headshots when there is no discernible. I mean, yes. I'm just laying out that there are other options as well. Because I would definitely recommend trying out an ACR. Like that is basically the same level, and then you don't have to ever have the issues basically with it. Because you can have the pulse just come from that. What did you do with Ouroboros, Lamau? What? Trying to think of what I said, but as for all the videos and information, I started playing negotiators again after your video. I forgot how much it forces you to pay attention to, and I found that I very much enjoy negotiator for that. Just it's a little bit, it's not completely different from just the normal game, but then it's just enough different that you kind of have to deal with it, and just a change up is sometimes all that is kind of needed to kind of make stuff fresh again.
Invite to another agent's group received. You have joined a group.
The only problem is time. I don't have time for. Yeah, that's what I would say as well. Also, I enjoy Nemesis runs better than like deep runs, but I think from a pure, if you're going all in for reconstructed caches, I think deep runs, unless somebody because I haven't really thought about it until now, so because I had most of the resources to buy all the things I wanted there. You mentioned tools to kill. Name them with Ouroboros. Oh, with Ouroboros, yeah. Yes. But yeah, that's of course not like something everybody has in their back pocket. You don't start the game with Oreo. So
Communication relay.
that was like that as well, but I think in the recommended list, the Oreo is like the top recommended one, right?
Fine.
Oh no, it's
Hyenas have
it's
taken over
like
the
third one.
power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful, Agent. Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor. We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore comms.
Well, usually, yeah, just killing faster. There is some truth to just killing faster is sometimes the best way to deal with enemies. Especially solo, there isn't much that actually just with solo scaling and like the powerfulness of a striker build. Because also, if you're going for something else, I would say go Hunter's Fury or go Tech Tank, and especially Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Although Striker Tech Tank works pretty well as well. Or Hunter's Fury, which just has the disorient as its like CC mechanics built in. And also, of course, Scorpio is a really good, like just because I feel for most people, even solo, if you're running Hunter's Fury, I would consider a Banshee with fast hands together with Scorpio over going Oreo. Depending on content, like if you're doing territory controls and stuff, yeah, no, that's not needed. But for missions and stuff, if you're doing solo missions, then let's go up there. Having a Banshee and then having a Scorpio for like when you get in trouble,
Tech detected.
or when suddenly there's like two heavies in front of you, or there's a named in front of you that is giving you trouble. We'll let the Scorpio disorient them and then kill them.
Rogue sniper turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected. Rogue assault turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
Chest is by the stairs there. I love how it goes from red to
High
green.
risk hostile.
You can still shoot it. Also, when you have the bug sound, it's fun to shoot those things. Sounds almost like a bell. Hey, that guy is no longer
Area
a
secure.
virgin. He had his first step. Yeah, that was so close. If this was chance damage, we totally held on to it. Cooling. Elijah Warhounds in laboratory is likely faster, but I'll follow wherever these guys are going. Right. Team is splitting up. I'm gonna go over here. As it's better for us to go all to the same spot, or the most people to one spot.
System breach initiated.
But rugged gloves, can we expect any build? Nah. Exotics like that don't really make sense. You're just giving up a damage, or well, you're giving up a brand bonus for what it provides, and that is costly already. And then you're also giving up the opportunity to have other exotics, and what it does isn't worth it to do that. So, I don't think it will show up at all, but for running it, you can just put it in any build. You can just put it in strikers instead of the coyote. Put in that. You're giving up just one. At least it's not a high cost. You're just giving up one brand bonus. That isn't horrendous. Again, decided I needed to touch that. But it's not already like we're blind firing a lot or something, or that there is real value to doing it that way anyway.
Data transfer halted. High risk target. 10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Get down here, Rooster. Oh, we have headshot
Secure.
bonus. I was like, that did a lot of damage for me not being fully stacked, but yeah, we have the headshot bonus. Let's recycle that drone. HF on challenging and below, doing open world activities. Shadowbox is my go-to. Reload that RPM buff and never reload. Yep. Shadowbox, especially on lower difficulties where like the scaling is lower, and solo as well. Getting all of the kills can be really cool. And still even works on heroic. You can definitely make it work on heroic. And likely tomorrow we're gonna do the same with SMGs, like the list we made. We'll take the learned lessons from the AR one over to it as well. Because I'm gonna basically make one for one of each.
Virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
And I'm considering making each one into a separate video, just so it's like not an hour-long thing.
I know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room.
But I'm not
and the
sure
server.
yet. Because if anything as well, I realize now that actually I need to fix up the AR one still, so likely I won't have enough time to turn it into a video. Maybe I do. Thing is, I need to do some work stuff as well still, so I might do that and leave it for tomorrow. Let's go help my ally over here. You know, having used the Bighorn a little bit, I'm getting kind of used to it. It's not horrendous, especially with Strikers 15 and also having Sharpshooter. But that's, of course, locking me into Sharpshooter, which I don't mind that much because also I have the drone there.
Nice job. You're a
which
pro.
I can just pull
Now,
out and
just
just
need you
put
to find
down.
another server.
Although I need to, of course, do that actually.
System breach. Initiating safety
And I just
protocol.
have it on my back.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Chest is there, but I'll be a good gal and just sit in here. But actually, this guy is doing. Oh no, he did tell them. Enjoy your comment when streaming and acknowledging videos. Oh, thanks for the kind words.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot
I'm
the
gonna
system.
see if that other guy is hitting the button, otherwise I'll go hit it. Oh, they're hitting it.
Initiating safety.
They know what's up. I might go for the control room.
Incoming.
Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. Someone's gonna. It's fine. I'm actually gonna go around and loot a little bit. Oh, there isn't much around. But yeah, these kind of mid-ranges, I'm just not comfortable going for the headshots.
System
You
reboot.
kind of
Communications
need
restored.
to.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
Where are we going? This way. Likely means close extraction. Oh no, that's pretty far. Yeah, I'm down there. Make this a lot shorter. Waiting for a response. Follows later. I haven't watched it yet. I don't. I kind of don't want to. I have my own stuff to do, and I know if I watch it, it's gonna piss me off because it was a. Although maybe there's even a newer one, but I saw him being on the burst bubble again, which, yeah, person that doesn't understand burst talking about DPS is not worth even a response, honestly. I'll just make my guide. I'm working on an in-depth guide for burst and sustain, like from the in-depth guide series kind of thing.
System curtailed.
Once that is out, like, hey,
Get on
like,
that helo. You've got
I'll
hunters.
just link him to it and just, could you at least understand this before talking about burst again? Which he doesn't.
System restored. System disrupted.
Start
System
about that pipe there. Foamer with us.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
It's fine. I was afraid I was going to be left alone with that hunter and the team was going to go after those guys, but they did. Which your combat medic is real fun. Glad you like it. I like that build as well a lot. I'm happy to introduce more people to it. Especially now as well, with no region actually being fixed. I'm gonna run it a lot more in Summit, where it actually has a little bit of use again, because you can then run no regen and still, not have to deal with it. And it's not a costly build to like it doesn't lose that much damage that it's not worth like that gets in the way or something. Whether some content creators have a personal beef or views on regarding the game or completely else, but what about burst and is there a version on full red foundry builds? Why would you? Is the question there. Because while the chest and backpack talents kind of got a buff, you don't really want to run them because if you're going red, you want something different. So it's basically like the old foundry. And then what you're doing is giving up a damage talent for a survivability talent, where like a tech tank, just with a memento and an artificer is out healing that shield on a red foundry already. And then on top of that, well, of course, on a foundry you could have the artificer and technician as well.
Let's get you home.
You're giving up a ton of damage because comparing that, like there is no damage bonus there. Comparing that to a 100% from Heartbreaker or a 200% with chest and backpack striker. You can get one more. Let's see if people stay or leave. People stay, we can still get this last one. But we have to just loot real quickly and go. Preferably we kill them in the air so they don't actually land. Off we go. Hopefully everybody makes it. Either survivalist PFE or with Coyote or Bellstone Mass. For PFE I would go. I would take the damage route as well. Unless you like I could see it for the recruiter or something. But also if you're going, that's a lot of damage loss because I'm like in my head comparing it to a striker PFE, which will do the PFE part of it's the same. It of course doesn't have the shield healing, but you could have like two more. You could have the foundry be like all red and the striker be all blue, and the striker would likely win on damage output. So. Survivalist, yeah. He called the Elmo talent the damage talent. I mean, the reason I don't even want to like go into that guy anymore as well is, for instance, he put out one video of him recently that I did watch was the countdown video. The video that he did like 5 countdown builds, or was it 5 or was it more? I don't remember. There's the old saying, the proof is in the pudding. And that comes from pudding recipes are kind of hard. So, you know, if you actually know what you're talking about, you will make a good recipe that people can follow. And then the proof is in the pudding. He put forward like horrendous builds, like truly horrendous builds. There was a red striker to start off with, and he went like, yeah, this is the most damaged one. As a reminder as well, that wasn't the one that he like a few months ago said was the most damaged one. So he suddenly saw the light and went with the one that everybody else is recommending. How weird. And then he went into True Patriot builds and putting FI without the chest and the backpack with Ninja Bike. Like, who's doing this kind of stuff? Like, he tried to talk shit about PFE builds for Countdown, which, you know, like, he's like, you're better off with this because it buffs. And then it's just like, okay, but PFE builds do something completely different. They can go in and engage, you know, the final targets and keep them off other people. And they have enough damage to take the enemies off of them. Like, that's what that is. Like, the proof is always in the pudding. You can usually, by the builds that a person makes, as much as they may know or such, because that also was for me. If I go like 2 years ago, I felt I knew the game pretty well enough, but I would make, you know, sometimes silly things as well, like not putting the better bonuses in builds, not putting because usually with even like the intent of a build, if you want to make the best version of that intent, so even if you're going like regen, which isn't a really great build, you can still, there are ways of making better regen builds than just a ramble jumbled mess with like ninja back in there or something, you know. So there's stuff like that, and at that point I would say like, okay, anybody that follows them is just, you know, what can I say? It's another tux, it's another nothing but skills, it's another whoever else, identity. Identity is worse than all of them. You know, if you don't know, I would feel it should be obvious to most people. Like if when you're doing silly stuff like that, that isn't what a lot of other people. One of the things with a lot of builds, like look at most people's strikers and go like, hey, why is everybody going kind of the same route? And why is like this person going with like 3 PFE pieces in there or something? And you can guess a lot by that. Unless there's like some silly list to be made, because I make silly builds as well. Like I have a Red Patriot. That was my first build showcase. I have a like the combat medics that I kind of like, which are like off meta build-ish. I have a X0 build that isn't great, but you know it's. But I also don't sell it like that. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing with that kind of stuff as well. It's more how do you how confident can you sell it? Because that's always the thing with it as well. It's like it's like selling a car. Basically, you have to upsell it. And of course, I do it as well. When I'm talking about some of the builds, I will you know talk about some of their better parts. I try to temper that, especially with builds that are kind of off meta, with like just, you know, like this, and this is still better than this, but this is fun for this thing. Like the next build showcase I'm gonna do is gonna be Pestilence. It's not a good build, but it is something different, and that's sometimes also needed, this variation, just because you have to play a little bit different, kind of like with Negotiator. You just have to play a little bit different. And that is sometimes like because all of the content now suddenly is different. You look at, it's kind of as well, like when I convince people to try Eclipse, and they kind of, you know, get that like, oh, this is kind of fun. But then suddenly you go from looking at, for instance, the missions that you're very comfortable with, going like, oh, okay, wait, so usually I would set up here and like kill these 2 enemies while the rest spawns and stuff like that. Now I play it like, okay, I want to catch them in their spawns and stuff like that. So it completely changes up the game a little. But also just the attitude of him. I'm like, just the first discussion me and him had in YouTube comments. Like at that point, I was already kind of done with him, but at that point I was completely done with him. Just the tone of it, and just I'm completely okay, like going like, you know, this part is like not completely certain. This part is like meh. But bringing everything as if it's everybody else is talking about truths and facts when he's the person doing it is just, I can't. More people should give ND a chance. It's a very strong build for software. Yeah, I totally agree. Now, what were we talking about? Well, the Fog of War was a YouTube content creator, and yeah, I had some beef with him in the past, as I've made some videos about some of the dumber stuff he said. Yeah, he's doing also some good work, like his accuracy stuff with weapons and such. Like that's still good work. That's the annoying thing. That's why also I spent some time on there. It's just, you know, it's this person is willing to do some of the work, but they're just doing it horrendous ways. Same for their range tables and stuff. That's like horrendous work. That's like same with his understanding of burst, because what he wants burst to be is a final product, including the player, which is exactly what burst is not trying to be. So both of the DPSs, burst and sustain, are trying to be theoreticals about the build. Yeah. I got it there, Josh. The camera died. We'll bring that back. Yeah, as I changed the camera battery there. But yeah, let's actually set up for one more countdown as I chat here. I'm gonna go back to Elmo and kind of actually, you know what? Let's grab something different actually than Elmo. You know what? Let's grab a F2000. We've been chatting about it a bit. So F2000. So I need. Wait, I'm on 52. How am I still on 52? Oh, because I only grabbed it. I didn't equip it. Is it 42? Nah. So I turn these back. Let's turn them back again. But it's nice to be able to do this quick. It's even faster than like going and finding the mod. It costs a little bit of resources, but I don't care about like credits and stuff. But yeah, burst, like the DPSs, the intent of them is it's without the player, so accuracy isn't in there, stuff like that. It's about the build on itself, so you can compare the build to other builds. And then you have to then consider that they like play differently, because like a focus build plays differently than a striker build with chest or stuff like that. But he never understood that. He wants it to be something that it's not, and at that point also failing to use it in the way that it's intended. Which, yeah, makes him the smartest dumbass in some of the... Because he does have a decent understanding of some of the game mechanics, but also he always plays solo and he doesn't actually consider anything except solo. That's also one of my contentions with him. The health values of enemies are generally good. Yeah, oh yeah, I still need to. I will likely watch that video. I've heard that it's like okay-ish, but also I'm curious to see if it's different than any of the other values we already have.
Triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful, Agent.
I wouldn't expect it to
Thing we
be
need is an RC bomb
that
and a
different
nuclear reactor.
from like even that old TU8 8.1 enemy values.
System malfunctioning. Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Please proceed to your nearest exit. Lockdown safety protocols initiated.
Anyway, we're running F2000 here with fast hands.
System restored.
Likely the high-end weapon I'm gonna put on a bunch of builds. I'll keep a FAMAS here and there. Because I still don't. It kind of depends on. I have to kind of give it time and get used to it with the FAMAS. I know, or with the 2000. Everything starts with F. FAMAS, fast hands, F2000. But yeah, I have to give the F2000 some time and just play with it, because I play a lot with well. Nowadays, not so much as well. It's because I don't play red builds that much, but I've played a lot with a FAMAS, so kind of need to give the F2000 the same like amount of time to kind of. Somebody getting it? I'm just gonna
Shade tech
start the lemming train there. But did you everything he does, you can't trust his values to be. That's kind of the same thing I have with him as well, because I think he might actually have done decent work as well with the because AR reloads. So for instance, I take the easy way out with AR reloads. And just go whatever the game says, which is the average of the long and short reload. So the tactical reload and the from empty reload. That's like the value that the game kind of spits out, but of course it's also truncated to just one number after the decimal. So
Hostile striker drone.
it isn't great, but also I'm like it's you know, it's within acceptable value usage. It's like it's good enough. But also I know like he did some on there. I know also some others did it, and also those two don't line up. So that's already for me like the thing with, for instance, you know, weapon damage tables or something. If 3 people do them and 3 people have different results, something went wonky. And it doesn't even have to be that like if 2 people have the same and the third doesn't, that like the third person is wrong. They might actually have it the right way and the first 2 might have just made the same mistake, kind of. So there's stuff like that, but at least you kind of can know from if multiple people, I mean, that's peer review, right? That's the basis of peer review. Is multiple people getting to the same conclusion likely means that that conclusion is at least, you know, either they made the same mistakes or they did it the right way, both of them. And especially then what you do is you don't just peer review it once, you peer review it over and over and over again. And then you trust the values. So that's why I'm kind of also looking forward to the data mine spreadsheet, maybe updating their values. I don't think they have done that yet. I checked a few days ago. And checking against my burst and sustain tables and seeing if there's any discrepancies. In the first video it says DTH is the most important one. Yeah, I mean that's the thing we've been. I haven't even watched the videos, but that has been so like out there that a lot of people have been making fun of him because I would say I put DTA at 60% and DTH at 40, and that's being generous and kind of averaging out group and solo play, because it depends on the content as well and if you're solo or not. Because here everything is elite, literally everything here is elite. Really, you want to say DTH is more important than DTA or DTOC, especially because none of these enemies are also going to be in cover because there's too many people shooting at them. There's stuff like that. Also, then wasn't he on the Ranger train for ARs? I think that was also one of the things. Which, yeah, I just. There's a reason we took to it for a time to call him a flat earther, because he does kind of the things of a flat earther. Just, you know.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Lockdown safety protocol.
Also, I think he was about like putting 36 PFE is more like you get more out of that instead of 3 blue cores. Like instead of going 3 blue cores, go 3 PFE mods. Because I think that, well, I may have, well, I'm not too certain about it, but if that, but there was also like a picture of it. Somebody was like memeing on it. That's the reason I know it. A picture with it, with like how it like drops off. But then like if we go blue cores, we're not going blue cores just for the survivability on the body itself. The 36 PFE is doing barely anything for a shield. 3 blue cores, it gives you a pretty strong shield to just stand in front of them. It's base understanding things like that, where like that guy hit his head pretty hard. That just make me go like, this person actually doesn't know what they're talking about.
High risk target detected.
And that makes it hard to trust, yeah, any of the other work that he puts in. For me, it's... I would need to like see it be peered by at least one other person before I even consider any of it. See people promote services for leveling, item farming and such. It's the biggest problem, but also a good way to cook. Yeah, I mean, famously, of course, a few people are even have like in their videos as sponsors those things. Just don't do it. Just it's not worth it. Just, if you don't want to play the game, just don't play the game. Just solve it late.
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
We're getting a reactor, so let's go get the loot up there. Because I don't think I have anything up there. I'll take the right side exit here as well, I think. Yeah. Nice video that you switch it over to data. It may not be the most, just the higher up. Higher uptime? What? No. I mean, that's already like how the rest of us kind of consider those numbers. Like the activeness of it is just something you always have to kind of keep in mind.
Agent, you've reached the reactor. I need you to get it back online. Now that you're in,
Also, yeah, at this point as well, he's contradicted himself at other points where before he, he said one thing and now he's saying another thing without in between going like, made a mistake before, because that's an important step. Just admit when you don't know. It's not hard. Hell, it's even personable because people will dislike you less for the mistakes you make. Because at times I've been that guy as well, especially in the past. It's just like, no, I'm right. Everybody else must be wrong. And then sometimes the annoying thing was as well. Oftentimes I was right enough that you build an ego. Well, eventually you just learn of just everybody makes mistakes. Again, here as well, like I made that whole thing. I messed up input for the capacitor or the chameleon, and then like still now as well, I forgot to put the headshots in when we were doing the weapons. So now I need to redo that whole redo the whole set basically with the talents just for the strains, and then resort them. Don't know why I went up here. Actually.
Rogue airburst seeker mine detected.
Talking and not paying attention.
Hostile airburst seeker mine detected.
great work, Agent. Now you just need to restart the reactor.
Because also, if you just admit your mistake, it's not the end of the
Or
world.
killing you.
Nobody
No
cares.
pressure.
Nobody forgets. In like 2 weeks, that mistake even happened.
Evacuate the facility.
F2000 feels good, by the way. Yeah, we don't even have really damage buffs here. There's challenging combat. So stuff dies really extremely fast, but there's actually that extra 10 rounds. I'm enjoying that a lot more than because also also yeah, actually if the zone is active, there's someone is interacting. The fast hand stacks go way higher, and on a full unload, you just have more stacks overall. Like I feel I have constantly more stacks, especially when like shooting at far away or something.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Not enough space for this. I hope I do. So still need to go upstairs. Yeah, half the team's going already. Have a go. Have they because I haven't played much Countdown, but they helped the close range extraction issues or not? For those that may have played it a bit.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Kinda agree with that sentiment there. Rangers on AR, what?
System back online.
Yeah.
Serious trauma detected.
And I haven't watched that video yet, but I'm gonna guess the basis of it is they made some ranges that they thought engagements happens on a long time ago at this point. Which was just silly, especially because it was just considering solo. It wasn't considering that you're like in a group, you can play pretty actively. And also it was him, and he is obviously from the numbers outputs a very, you know, he's playing as if he's glass, like, and he isn't basically. Likely even more so than glass, even. Hoping all the hunters are dead. Although even if they hack my skill, that's not too bad.
An agent has disconnected.
Okay, we got one crash there, so I think I have my answer to the short range. Somebody who enjoys pinging.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Luckily, I wasn't the person next to them because I would have just gone away. Would have just left them there and just gone. And this will be my last one because yeah, I need a little bit of a break. I need some food in me. Ah. Oh. Wait, was that a what? But they're not at the edge. Huh? How did that happen? Because the signal, the chopper is still. What? Because you can do it at this edge. You can go like past the edge and then fire it, and it doesn't count. So you can kind of mess with people that way. Although it's kind of dangerous because you might also actually call it in. But I've seen like people go way deep into that animation, but never seen it actually also fire the flare and not count.
We see you. Helo inbound on your location.
We're going to play that far away. Why not use a marble? Yeah, or like, yeah, rifles. Like that was my initial thing with him. Like he put most of his engagement basically beyond 25 meters, and it's just like, okay, then why aren't you using rifle? Because there's stuff like this. Like for all of these kills, I'm within 5 meters basically. There's no. I have to consider those kind of things. Also, if you play a lot more aggressive, I likely play a lot more aggressive than him, and most of my engagements were 15
Thanks
to 20
to you, the locals will have heat
versus
and
his
lights this
play.
winter.
Actually, that was even on his outlier where it was like 25 to 30 was his 25 to 35 was where most of his kills were in Camp Whiteout. It's an old video if you want to go watch it.
Area entered.
And just a higher damage increase than Optimist on a full red. Depending on the range, yeah. The thing is, you would need to be 15 meters away for
Come on over and take a run. Selection in the district.
it to compete with Optimist, but then also Strained exists. And Strained is usually 2% ahead, so then now you need to be at 20 meters. And yeah. Oh, actually, no, not even. Wait, it's Ranger's 2%. What am I even saying? I'm like going 5%, which it definitely isn't. I have Ekans in my mind, right? With 4 meters for 2%, right? Is Ekans. And this is 5 meters for 2. Oh, yeah, so 5 meters is 2%. So, oh, wait, that's where am I even? There we go. So I would need, okay, yeah, you would need to be at 20 meters to beat Optimus on most weapons, and then you would need to be actually at 20 meters to be equivalent to Strained. But then even still, like most of my engagements are going to be 15 to 25. Like it's going to be underneath or 15 to 20, really. So usually a Ranger isn't going to compete there. And also, usually when you're doing the full damage against like bosses and stuff, especially with CC, like especially not on right or something. Wait, did I actually sort my shit?
Glad to see you, Agent.
I think I did. Yeah, because I saw that earlier. Yeah, we're gonna. Well, too bad. That was with D-Talk. Still need to farm a few sniper rifles more. I need one more SR1 at the very least, I think. Likely another Model 700 as well. I can craft them, but I'll just go farm them. Likely because also I'm going to optimize them, and I'd rather not them be replicas. But yeah, F2000 feels really good. Actually. Okay, let me go to the shooting range. Let me just do an A/B test. We'll do that to close off here.
Everything is priced to move.
What's your limitations on getting St. Elmo's engine? I played a lot 4 years ago, and I just got back into the game. Also, best way to grind at SHT levels. Always feel a little bad joining groups when I'm solo. Well, never feel bad about that. And especially, one place you can go is where I was, Countdown. I would recommend actually 4 Elmo Countdown. You can also, if you prefer like soloing, then open world or missions, if it's on a mission, stuff like that, you can do that. But Countdown drops a lot. You can matchmake for challenging, as I was there, and challenging is pretty easy. That's why I was in there with while talking and stuff. And you can set your own targeted there. That's also important to know. So here you can bring up this menu. There's a button prompt at the bottom there. That way. It's still behind the mic. So select targeted loot. It's whatever button it's on, and you can just select ARs and go farm there. The nice thing about it there is the drop rate for exotics isn't that high, but you can set your own targeted. So a lot of kills happen. You might get other ARs along the way as well, but also you get requisition coins at the end of it. And there is actually a vendor by the White House. It's a laptop. You can go up to that, and usually for 2 completions of a countdown, you can also buy 1 exotic cache. And you might get the Elmo out of there, although unlikely, but it increases your chances. But if nothing else, also you're getting a bunch of exotics. It's well worth doing it that way. And yeah, if you don't want to group, but also with that is just just go in there and just follow the team. Just follow you'll spawn in with 4 people, sometimes 8, depending on if it bugs out a little. Just follow whoever you're around with and just do what they're doing, and you'll be fine. And then eventually you kind of will get the hang of it. But it drops a lot of loot. So otherwise you can go Summit as well, which is much more solo friendly. Because yeah, Countdown is not. you have to matchmake. And yeah, I would recommend challenging to start off. And doesn't really matter if your build is horrendous or not. You'll likely get carried unless you get unlucky and there's like 8 new players. then it might get a little hectic, but also, it doesn't matter. Still drops happen. The drops that you pick up, you have those. So you don't need to extract to, keep them or something. We're considering you're losing Coyote. Close and then you're trying to fully utilize it. That as well. Although, I mean, it doesn't sound like the worst idea, Ranger, but it's just, it doesn't compete with fast hands. It doesn't compete with strained. Because also strained, yeah, will work in short range, it will work in mid range. And especially as well, something like a FAMAS. Actually, what is even the 31, right? For 27. Really? I wish that was 31. Which weapon am I thinking that is 31 then? Is it capacitor? That's also 28. Is it TKB? Oh, TKB is 31. Okay. Because yeah, you're starting to drop off of the optimal, the points where like where Ranger is really going to compete with strength, because that's also the thing. He put it against Optimist, which yeah, sure. Let's actually set this to named. One of the things I like about the FAMAS, so let's do the pattern thing again. So if you just hold your like mouse off, or just don't correct for it, this is what a FAMAS does. It just goes like up and to the right. Well, actually, let's put it here where it's not like at the edge of a wall thing. But this is up and to the right, like that, on this build. And then F2000 kind of goes like this as well, but it jumps around, as you can kind of see from its thing. It is pulling less to the right, but it's also like jumping left more. So that's the annoying thing with the F2000. It's more of a scatter shot. Like there, it's very pronounced. Like a FAMAS always goes to the right, so it's very easy to compensate for. Because with a FAMAS, especially, like once you're kind of proficient with it, like you can just hit the target. Remember, there's at 20. And yeah, it isn't as good as an Elmo, because Elmo also has, Elmo has weapon handling, so it's also, its accuracy as well is affected by it. But you can make a FAMAS really sit on a target. I don't feel I have that with the F2000 yet. Mostly because it also jumps to the left sometimes. So I'm just compensating more the way I would for a FAMAS. And as long as it doesn't jump too much to the left, it's going fine. But then sometimes it just pulls itself off the target. Also, the FAMAS also feels as if it's like every shot is kind of the same distance above, or like going the same distance horizontally. Or vertically, I mean. The F2000 kind of feels like it's doing different amounts up, so you can, yeah. So I think that will actually be kind of a... Although I think maybe if I get more used to it, and I'm just... Although, wonder if, yeah, if there is getting used to it. Because it is kind of random. But it definitely doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel as bad as like an AK or anything. So looking at fast hands there. Because usually this lands on like 20. 23 there, 4 there. Because this has 10 extra rounds to make pass downs happen. Though we can, of course, always go from the tier. Actually, yeah, both of them are. Yeah, actually, the FAMAS is over, but that only matters for the DPS. So here wouldn't matter actually. Both of them are at 60 because of mid-range coyotes. But actually, the FAMAS was below it. That is perfectly fine. Because the thing is as well, Strikers is the meta, and Strikers comes with 15. Comes with 15. You can set this to invulnerable, of course, actually, and actually unload the entire mag. This was also really like, we had their range from 29 to like 33. Very unscientific, yes. Just want to see kind of, because of course it's random, so. Oh, actually here we are actually, okay, yeah, in close range, of course. I'm not hitting, I'm on 54 on this and 59 on the FAMAS. We need to just put it on a 60 build and just test it like that. But I'll leave it there. I'll catch up on some of these last chats, and then we'll go find somebody to raid. Let me already have a look at that. Let me catch up to these last chats. Actually, this one, appreciate the advice. I definitely hit up Countdown later, following your build guide roughly, and got full strikers already. Just need the Coyote mask and Almine grind at the SHG. Okay, now then you're well on your way. And also, FAMAS works perfectly, or Strikers works perfectly fine with, like, if you have a good AR in any case, or any good weapon, you can just plot it in there. Same, for instance, with, like, especially if you're like a returning player, you might have access to a shield splinter or something that can work really well as well. We did the hunters all the way back then. Actually, I think I was caught up, yeah, all the way there as well. So yeah, we'll leave it there. I'll be back this evening. We'll likely do. Actually, I'll leave the cleanup of the AR thing, because yeah, the AR thing we need to kind of. I made a major boo boo that we kind of need to fix, which will make the strained ones be a little bit higher than they were, so than they should be. So do keep that in mind if you're looking at that list for now, as I forget to account for that we're going with a 20% headshot rate, and we'll have to go and fix that up. We'll likely do that at the start of the stream this evening, because yeah, I need to kind of go eat and rest a little bit, and also do a few work emails and such. So I likely won't have time to make a video, which is fine as well, because the Q&A one came out pretty recently, so we have some time. Yeah, I was looking. I think, well, the usual target is doing perfectly fine for themselves. We'll send everybody over to Stellar, I think, for once in the afternoons. As yeah, they're doing some countdowns there as well, and I'll be back in a few hours, and well, 2 hours 45 minutes, and we'll continue on from there. So enjoy Stella. Say hi for me, as I'm just gonna run away right away. So I need to go find their name, as they're not showing up on that short list. It's always annoying when you try to raid; it only shows you the 5 people with the highest viewers of your following list, which yeah, following some of the bigger names always like just yeah, not rating those people. We'll keep it in division. But yeah, enjoy some stellar gameplay by Stellar, and I'll be back in a little bit. At least that's for the Twitch people, of course. You YouTube peoples, I can't do anything to you guys, man. You guys are free to go, free to live your lives, or maybe watch some of my videos. And yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, and I'm waiting for the timer just to say, as always, I would say have a good night, but yeah, if it's a good night for you where you are, then have a good night. Or if you're taking a nap or something. For the rest of us, have a good day, and see you in a bit.